You guys let me know. Is it live? Are we live? I want to hear from you. You let me know. No? Bowen says we're not getting sound? Oh, Mark says we are. Okay, yes. Yes. We are now. Glenn says we are now. Guys, if we are live now, that means there's only one thing to do. If you watch my live streams, you know my live stream setup, and we are in a new location. Guys, let's do this. Look where we are. We ain't in Kansas anymore, okay? And we ain't in Northern California anymore either. We're in a whole new location. And let me tell you something. I might have to take this home with me. Hang on a second. Guys, we are going to go immediately to a new feature, the remote cam. Let's see how this goes. Check this out. Things are going to be happening fast here while we get set up. But check this out. We've got a remote cam. I'm going to check out and see what's going on. Marcus is in the other room, and he's sending us a feed. Let's take a look at what's happening here. Where is it? Oh, there we go. It's dark. It's dark in there, Marcus. There is a party going on in the other room. I'm sitting here in the control room of this recording studio, and in the main live room, we got a party going on out there. I can see people mingling. Boy, it's dark, though. It's dark, Marcus. I'm jumping back to my cam. I'm going to disconnect Marcus. Guys, okay, so look, there's already a lot happening. There's already a lot happening. And there's going to be more happening as we go. I am your host here tonight. We are just going to be hanging out here on this live stream kind of for as long as we feel like it. I don't know. Until I feel like going into the rest of the party. Here, let me watch. If I do this, hang on. You can see the party in the other room. See that? There's the party. They're back there. Look at it. We should get them all to wave or something, you know? But so yeah, so now let me get back on me. I'm set up here. I'm in the control room here at the recording studio that we're having this party at. Am I going to tell you which one? Probably not, because then maybe there'll be some party crashers. So at least for now, I'm keeping that under wraps until someone blurts it out. I'm sure it's going to happen. But I sent a message to the Reason Studios, the main Slack channel. I said, we got to get me one of these Neve 88R consoles to put behind me because it makes a really good backdrop. I gotta say, it's like, you know, I mean, I like my backdrop that I normally live stream on, but I tell you, I'm into this. Plus, you know, we got these soffit mounted monitors going up here, which kudos to them on the lighting. I mean, that's a mood. I love it. Listen, I'm already gonna start catching up on these comments. Because the first thing we're doing here is you and I are hanging out, you being the you guys and me being the me. So let me check in on comments here. I want to talk with you guys. David Hanarato says, what is up? What is up, David? It is good to see you here. People are already speculating. People are already speculating on what studio this could be. And people are going to solve the puzzle, I guarantee you. You got me for like 10 minutes. You got me for, until I decide to go to the rest of the party. No, Captain Energy, I'm going to be with you here for, you know, at least an hour, probably longer. And here's the plan. Let me explain what the plan is. I am live streaming here. There's a party going on in the other room. It would have been absolute chaos if I tried to live stream from the other room. There's a DJ. In fact, here, listen. Actually, let me do this. Watch this. I'm going to turn our own music down, and I'm going to turn on. We can actually listen to the DJ from the other room. I'm going to turn that on here. That's the party in the other room, okay? So, wait, let me turn that all the way down. So, let me bring my own music back on just for a second here. There it is. So there's a party going on in the other room. I am set up here, and I'm going to show you here an empty chair. Check this one out. See this empty chair? That is the place where someone else can join me if they want to. And so at different points, we're going to have some people come in and join us, hang out, and chit-chat, and get this party going. So let's see here. Hang on a second. First of all, something I'm realizing, I'm going to change a setting here in my preferences to make our captions disappear after a while. Now, let me check in with you guys. Okay, representing from North Carolina, Jordan Scott. Jordan, thanks for joining us. Thanks for joining from North Carolina. So it's 11 p.m. your time. So you're going to be with us for a little bit. It's like watching an episode of SNL or something. Toledo, Ohio in the building. Just a stone's throw from, what are you, like roughly in between Cleveland and, I was going to say Motown, but Detroit, right? Let's see here. What else is going on? Hello, bro. Hello from Melbourne, Australia. That's what I want to see. This is what I was most excited about, is we're doing this stream at a weird time, right? Because it's like, I mean, it's a party, so we're at 8 p.m. Normally, we do our streams on the West Coast time at 10 a.m. West Coast time, and that's kind of a way that we can kind of hit different time zones. It's like it's the evening in Europe, and it's kind of just post lunchtime on the East Coast, and it's morning on the West Coast. It's a nice catch-all for a good portion of the global population. But, you know, we have to let some people down on that. Just ask David Henerato about this, because he joins these live streams, and he's coming in at like, I think he lives vaguely near Manila. Vaguely, he's in the Philippines, and I think. Correct me if I just got that wrong, David, but I think that's right. And he tunes in. What time are you normally tuning in, David? It's like 4 in the morning, 5 in the morning. It's like weird times that he will tune in, and he does. He tunes in for him. But I'm excited that you guys are getting a good time zone here. You know. We got Jamaica time. Island time. I don't even know what time zone it is, but it's island time. It sounds like it's actually similar to East Coast, so that's great. Yeah, now look at this. Now, guys, talk about dedication. 5 a.m. in Germany. You guys, I love it. Yes, here David says 12 noon. See? So, Las Vegas, Nevada, put $20 on black for me. Phil, I hope, and then we'll split the winnings. If it pays out, I'll get $10. You get $10. How's that sound? So anyway, I'm all over the place. I'm looking at comments. I'm gonna explain what's going on here. So the idea is I've got this guest chair. I'm gonna be pulling people from the party in here to our little zone here to hang out and just, you know, I mean, frankly, shoot the shit, just talk about things, you know. And we're going to be talking about all manner of things. I mean, we've got a bunch of Reason producers in the other room there, you know. We've got some new Reason producers. We've got some longtime Reason producers. In fact, we've got some cats back there that are Rebirth producers. You know, they were doing some of the early work in Rebirth, which is, if you don't even know, is the precursor to Reason. Well, let's talk history. You know what? Let's do this. Since we're starting here, it's our 30th anniversary, and we are celebrating our history. I'm gonna give a little history lesson. Why don't we? Let me know in the comments. I'd love to hear from you guys in the comments. Any of you, like, your earliest memory of Reason Studios. But I'm gonna like retro brand us for a second and say, if you go back to the Propellerhead era, before Reason Studios was called Reason Studios and was called Propellerhead. Let me know your earliest memories. But here, let's do a little history lesson, okay? So, it's not 2 guys in the garage. It's kind of 3 guys in the garage. Marcus, Pele, and Ernst. 3 dudes that are working in music tech at the time. Pele was a DSP programmer for the Nord keyboards and wait, Mattias. Jump on the mic just for 1 second. I won't even bring you on yet. But just tell me, just correct me. Pele's I'll bring you on. Pele's what was his? He did the Nord. The
Nord lead and the Nord lead 2. Yeah.
Like that's. I mean, but am I safe to say? Here's why I don't want to overspeak. Is that like his brains is the Nord lead?
Yep. Yeah, pretty much.
Pretty much. It's it's not an exaggeration.
That's his DSP.
That's his DSP. Okay. Thank you. That's what I wanted to know. Okay.
I'll be back.
Okay, you'll come back. Okay, cool. Okay, so there you go. Nord lead, classic, iconic synth. Pele is the brains behind the Nord's DSP. He meets up with Marcus Zetterqvist and Ernst Naturspers. And Ernst is a technical writer. He's doing some technical writing for various people, but among those is Steinberg and Cubase. Marcus is, I mean, they describe him as a kid at the time. He was a young programming savant. And the three of them get together and they start working on some new ideas. And what they worked on was what we now know today as recycle. And like, this is sort of hard. This is like where I'm going to get real, like, old man tells a story about back in my day. But like, samplers, you know, this is early 90s, 1994. Samplers are the way that people are revolutionizing the way that music is made, because suddenly we can digitally sample things and they don't cost a fortune. You can get, you know, the Akai S6000, or you can get, you know, the ASR10. There's these things. The MPC is starting to happen, you know, and they don't cost a relative fortune. And by relative fortune, I mean you go back 10 years earlier and you want to get a Synclavier sampler, or, you know, the whole keyboard. It's a whole system with a computer screen and a light pen, and it's a crazy thing. And you know, you had to decide, do I buy a house or do I buy this sampler? You know, and suddenly that went away and people could get samplers. And this is when we see the explosion of sampling happening. You know, critically acclaimed records by De La Soul, Beastie Boys, early sampling work like that that's really expanding what is possible. Fatboy Slim, all the stuff that he was doing with samplers and you know, hooking a sampler up to the Atari sequencer and getting that stuff going. It's a really revolutionary time. But there's a problem. And the problem is that slicing samples is a total pain in the ass. It all happens via little fiddly knobs on your sampler that has a little knob that says like sample start time and end time, and it's not very precise. And you have to press all these buttons to, like, you know, save your sample to disk, and then you adjust the times, and then you jettison out the old sample material to get just the one drum hit you want, and then you save that as a new sample, but you might have filled up your RAM, so you got to, like, ditch other samples. It's just a total pain in the ass. And what Marcus and Pele and Ernst did together was they said, hang on a second, computers are getting more powerful. Digital audio exists on a computer. Let's load the digital audio onto a computer and use the power of the Macintosh graphical user interface to make all of that editing of the start times and end times easier. And they did. And they did this thing called transient detection, which now people are like, yeah, transient detection. Let me tell you, transient detection was blowing minds in 1994 because you had a little dial. I mean, it still kind of blows my mind that it works as well as it does, but you've got a little dial called sensitivity, and you would load a drum beat, and you would just turn that dial, and all of a sudden, all these little markers would show up, and you've got an isolated kick drum, and an isolated snare drum, and an isolated hi-hat. Holy crap. You could load something, and you could say, well, just divide it into 16th notes, you know. And that's, hang on a second, I'm getting a little, I'm gonna ignore, I just hung up on this CMO of Reason Studios. He was dialing in. I just hung up on him. Marcus, I'll get you in a second. Anyway, so, Recycle comes out, you can do all this transient slicing, and then the key thing at the time, it's less critical now, the key thing at the time, it would then automatically export out to your hardware sampler. So you could do all your work on the computer, and then you would send it out to your sampler, and it would be chopped up and split and divided and in the format that you needed for whatever you had. If you had a Yamaha A6000, A3000, A600, let me know in the comments whatever that Yamaha sampler was. Someone, I guarantee you, in the comments had one of those things. Anyway, Recycle lands, changes the game. It changes the game. It puts Propellerhead on the map, and it really changes the sampling game. I mean, it cannot be understated how important that was. And so what did they do? Did they rest on their laurels? No. Did they say, we are just going to become the sample slicing company? No. They said, what's the next thing we're going to do? And the next thing they decided to do to harness the power of the computer was to say, let's put software synthesizers onto the computer. The computer's good enough that we should be able to do it. And what they learned was it's not really good enough yet. They had a big problem with latency. And so they started trying to put synthesizers, you know, like virtual instruments onto a computer screen. And the latency, when you hit a note, you get a delay. And so it wouldn't work to play it live. And so there came this very obvious and very elegant solution, which was, let's emulate the classic synthesizers that at the time everybody loved that are step sequencers. And that is the Roland 808. Let's just say originally what they chose was the Roland 808 and the TB 303. And they did that, and it worked. And all of a sudden, people could get this software instead of what at the time was upwards of, $3,000 or $2,500 per, if you wanted a 303 on the used market. That's what they were going for, because Acid House was popular. 303s were all the rage. 808s were popular both in hip hop and in electronic EDM, early EDM production. So those things were costing a fortune, and all of a sudden you could get them on a computer. Changed the game. It changed the game. It totally revolutionized things. And so what did they do? Did they say, okay, we're going to become the 303 emulation company? No. They pivoted again, and they came out with Reason 1.0, where they said, okay, computers are getting good enough. We can play these things live. The latency has come down between 1996 and 2001 when Reason came out. We can handle it. And so let's make our own instruments. That's what we really want to do. We've got Pele. We've got Mr. Nordlied. Let's make our own instruments. And so they started coming out with the Red Drum, the Red Drum step sequencer drum machine, and the subtractor synth. And they had a sampler that looked a lot sort of in the vein of like the S1000 type of samplers, called the Nina 19. And Reason as we know it got its first instruments. And it was all this evolution though. And when you look at Reason today, what you're still seeing is the lineage there. Double click any audio file in the Reason sequencer, and you are seeing the transient detection that happened in Recycle 30 years ago. And, when you want to do some sequence drums in the Red Drum, or if you're messing around with Pattern Mutator or like so many other things, you're looking at sort of the heritage of Rebirth. It's just all in there, and it's really interesting to me. I feel like, it's like when you give a walking tour of a medieval town, and you can kind of point out like, oh yeah, see, like that, there used to be a bridge there, and you can see the old. It's like I see that when I look at Reason. It's like I'm seeing the shadows of the heritage of Reason. And so we're turning 30 today. We're having a big party. That's the whole point. That was a long story that hopefully people enjoyed at least learning some of that. I didn't know I knew all that, actually. I was just living in my head. I didn't have to read Wikipedia or nothing. I was in, I'm going to share this with you. So this is the 30-year party. I realized on my drive here today, guys, this is going to make me, it's not going to make me sound old. It's going to make me sound as old as I am. I was at the Reason 5-year party. I didn't work with them. I was a spry young lad, fresh out of college. And while I was in college, I met a Swedish lady who invited me back to her homeland to visit her. And she happened to be friends with a couple of guys that had this cool music company. And I got a music tech degree. And she's like, hey, why don't you, they're playing a gig. Why don't you come to the gig and meet my friends? And I went there. And it was just a gig, I didn't think anything of it. It was a party. It was a gig. It was this little downstairs basement thing. Hung out. It was all cool. Flash forward, whatever it was, 11, 12, 13 years later, I'm working with Reason Studios, and I'm going through these old archive servers, and I find photos of a party, and I'm like, wait a second, I was at that party. And then you scan around, and like, sure enough, there's spry young Ryan standing around at a party. It was a totally weird thing. So I have this weird, like, old school Reason cred that I was at the 5-year party. I just didn't know I was there. Now I know I was there. I have to go back and do that. Let's just see. 19. Oh, some people are talking about some stuff. Yeah, 19 was a popular sample-heavy device track about Vietnam. Yes, back in the day, the Nina 19. Yeah, so if anyone wants to know the trivia on that, the reason that sampler is called the Nina 19 is because of a track. Oh wait, hang on, wait. I'm not going to hang up twice. Marcus is in the other room. He wants to call in and show us some of that other feed. So we're going to do that. I'm going to bring the guest cam on. I'm going to turn it down though. All right. That is, oh wait, is that Mark? Oh, Marcus was right over there. He was pointing it at me. I see. Yeah, there. Right here. Oh, hi. Perfect. All right. There's a party. Look at this. Party is going off. I'm going to turn on the sound a little bit, but we're going to turn it down because it's loud. There we go. We got party ambience. Does anyone recognize any of their friends? I don't know. My God, so many conversational things. Yes, Paul Hardcastle. Yes. So let me do this. Let me juggle these two things. So there was a song, and the song used a sample, and the sample said the average age of a young man serving in Vietnam was 19. 19. And it does that little sample re-trigger. 19. That became iconic. That's why that device was called the 19 and not the NN19. So if you want to be like, oh, Marcus hung up on us. If you want to be a real like stickler for accuracy, you pronounce it NN19, which I think is weird, but I also like the heritage, so I go with it. Josiah says lots of red people. Yeah, there's a lot of red people in that other room, right? Oh yeah, I would be so proud to be there right now. Hey, listen, you know what? I'll tell you what though, we're gonna see you at Super Booth, right? So you can join us and party with us and have fun there, right? Ben Coultry, I don't know very many red people. Well, in the other room apparently with a camera that is not white balanced, then you can meet all the red folks you want. Let's see what else. Clip Wilson, I've been using Reason for 24 years. That means you go back to Reason 1.0. I think technically, listen, I don't want to knock a year off of your boast here, but I think technically you're 23 years because I think it came out in 2001. Mattias, off screen, correct me? Yes, 2001. Yep. Listen, I'm talking to Mattias. Should I bring Mattias on and just say hi? You guys, I'll tell you what, I will let the chat decide. What if they say no? Then what if they say no? What if you guys reject Mattias? Let me know in the chat. I can bring him on at any point tonight. But I was gonna talk to him. Joey Luck says I'm drinking Liquid Death. I am drinking Liquid Death. Yeah, let's see. No, so that's a great question, and I'm going to throw it up here because Kurt nearly flew down. He sent a message that he was going to fly down for this, and then he wasn't able to just at the last minute. It was a last minute thought that he was going to come down, and then it was a last minute thought that he couldn't make it. So no, he's not here, but he's here in spirit. But you know who is here? If anyone's asking about PEF, and I'll throw that one up again, who is here is a gentleman by the name of Andrew Hamilton, who was kind of the counterpart to PEF back in the day. And if people don't know PEF wrote some of the classic Reason books, early books. This is in the era of like, don't just read the fucking manual, read the books that give you the actual extra tips and tricks and stuff. And we're going pre-YouTube here, but he wrote some really killer books on that. But he's got another claim to fame, which was that PEF figured out in Rebirth, he went into the old, like the resource files. Like when you open up an application on an old classic Mac OS, you could go in and like look at the guts of the program, not the code, but you could look at the little resources that make it tick, the graphics and the other things that might be embedded in there. And he went in there and he found all the graphics that made the interface for Rebirth. And then he found the samples that were used in the drum machines. There was by that time, there was a 909 drum machine and an 808 emulation as well. He found all that stuff, and he came up with this thing that he called mods, where he could load new sounds into Rebirth. And so Rebirth suddenly could sound like anything. It became a sampler where you could load any drum sounds or any sounds and trigger them off of the step sequencers that were on these 909s and 808. So, and then he reskinned it. So you would make new sounds and samples for it, and then you'd make it look like a new thing. And my word, it was, a real kind of game changer for Reason, not Reason, for Rebirth at the time, late 90s here, guys. Okay. Josiah says, Mattias, let's go. And then there's a word yes. I'm going to assume that means to bringing Mattias on. Okay, so we're gonna bring Mattias on because why not? Let's do that.
There was one yes. That's a pretty hefty endorsement.
That's a pretty well. There's other ones if I scroll. Here, look. Nenko says Mattias for the win. So you're loved, Mattias. Oh, here's another yes. I gotta throw. You gotta look at this. You're just delaying your entrance. Regmon Music says yes. Jordan Scott says yes. See, they want you, Mattias. They want you. Okay.
Does Ryan say yes?
Ryan says yes. And he says yes once he hits this button. Bingo. Now we're on together. Hi.
Here we are.
How are you?
Feels like old times.
And now here's the funny thing. So Mattias and I here, look, watch. If I stick my hand out, There. I mean, it's like that thing on the on the news when you see the split screens and they're actually sitting right next to each other. But it works better. It works better for these guys if we do this way. Mattias, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
What? How's the party going out there?
It looks crowded, which is a very good thing.
Should I turn on a little ambience? I have the ability to turn on party ambience.
Yeah, it would be party ambience. Okay. Hang on.
Wait, that's a copyright strike.
Yep. That means the party's pumping.
The party is pumping. Okay. I'll bring up some ambience when it's a less iconically recognizable tune. But yeah, so Mattias flew all the way from Stockholm for this.
Yes, finally beat jet lag like yesterday.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty good day to have this party.
I like it. Absolutely. Listen. Okay. Now I know you're here, but I got to field these comments that are coming in too.
Got to do the history lessons.
Got to do it. So Red Drum, a reference to The Shining, ? Wants to know, Regmon Music.
We're going to guess yes, !
You're going to guess yes? I'm going to declaratively say yes. It is. It absolutely is.
It very much is.
In fact, and you, Mattias, you could probably explain this better than I. Red Drum is part of a broader obsession with the horror genre that lives throughout Reason. But absolutely at that time, the Red Drum, and again, this is why I say Red Drum
instead of Redrum,
which, at the time there was Recycle, Rebirth, and then Reason came out, and there was a device in it that said Redrum, and it's like, it was so obvious, of course that's what it is.
And I mean, that's the beauty of the joke, right? It's like, yes, this is a reference, but it could just be Redrum.
It could just be Redrum, yeah. Which weirdly, shortly after that, I think they made a rule that got like more official, where it's like we can't keep up this thing. Like it's gonna go. This is gonna get old. It's already old, and it's gonna get old real quick.
And it gets hard real quick.
And it gets hard real
quick. It's very, very hard to find a good rename that isn't completely just taken.
Yeah, exactly. so yeah, they pretty quickly ditched that. But Red Drum is, in fact, yes, Regmon Music. It is named after The Shining, and maybe you could share some of the other horror lineage that's out there in the Reason rack.
I mean, there is quite an obvious one.
Is it obvious? Are you talking about the device called Halloween? No,
I'm talking about the device called Scream.
I don't think that one is. I don't think of that one as like, it's obvious once you have it pointed out to you.
Once you know it.
Once you know it, and the idea was that Scream 3 had just come out.
I think so. I mean, this was before my time, so I was just a happy user looking at this. But
that's what I've always heard, that Scream 3 had just come out, and so we're like, we'll call it Scream 4 because they're not going to make another wildly popular franchise movie,
And this was probably before that was a thing you had to consider, like, can people Google this product?
Yes, right. That's right.
So I mean, just go nuts.
I mean, come on. The whole, like, if we're talking about the Googleability,
it wouldn't be called Reason.
I mean, and that's true. Listen, we're not alone there. It's like Google Logic, Google Live, like there's no shortage of
the good old days where enough branding was just it's a word. It's a word in the English language.
Right. I used
spelled the regular way.
I used to have a friend that for whatever reason they had this joke about the most uncreative name they could have for their band was the Snakes. Because it's just so the lowest. Yep. Like, what's your band called? The Snakes, and that's always stuck with me. So whenever I hear those, that was the era where you could call your dog a very simple thing like that, Making Music points out that there is an RE in Scream. I bet you at the time they probably thought about that, and that probably tickled them a little bit.
A little bit of dad humor.
Laura Zombie, happy birthday. Yeah, happy birthday to Reason Studios. It's the Dirty 30, you know?
30?
They are, the we. I don't know how we refer to this entity that is all of us. It's those of us. Reason Studios, really, I mean, if I wax a little philosophical here for a second, it is all the people that have come through Reason Studios over the years and made it what it is. The people who are here now, who have a vision for the future, the people who started it and had the vision that got us to where we are, the people along the way that all contributed these amazing things to the process.
And all the fantastic people making music. I mean, without that. Sorry, I'm taking your thunder.
You took. I was just setting up my own touching payoff.
And when I'm here, you can't just wax philosophically alone.
You stole my payoff. No, but it's true. this is where I have to like, you know, I hope people know us well enough, you and I particularly. This is where I can be a little bit sappy and say, I hope they know us well enough to know that I'm not blowing smoke and being disingenuous when I say that the Reason community is as much a part of the Reason Studios story as
For sure.
as anything else, you know.
That's why we do it.
Yeah.
That's why we wake up in the morning.
You know, it's funny. So we've got these guys here with us from Something Dope for the people. There's a production company that's kind of helping run this party, and I think So they've got some content guys floating around, and I'm gonna talk to you off camera here and say I know the work that because we do the same work, and I just saw you making the face of like I'm not rolling, and they're saying things that would totally make a montage cut. Oh God damn it. Oh yeah, Reason Gang, yeah, Reason Gang for life, absolutely. But so anyway, okay, Mattias.
Yes.
I'm all over the map here, but tell me a little bit first of all, how is it for you to be, you know, here? There's, like, okay, allow me. Can I make an American football metaphor?
Yes, we'll see if I understand anything.
Okay, there are. On an American football team, you got the coach, you know, and the coach really obviously isn't playing the game. And technically, really, the coach is not even like they've got an offensive coordinator who's helping with the plays and a defensive coordinator who's figuring out the plays. And like, you know, the coach has this role that sort of supersedes that and in some ways becomes the heart of the team. Other people factor in that too, but they can have a real influence on sort of the heart and soul of the team. And I think about you in that role as the Reason product manager who makes all these really tough decisions about what goes into Reason and stuff. And
maybe
this is how I think about you. Yeah. I'm just saying. And there's other people that have been in your role, but you have had that role. Am I correct in saying longer than any single person?
Maybe because in the beginning it wasn't really a role, right? Way back when there were so few people, Ernst definitely just took on a lot of product decisions and they worked a lot together. And then when we kind of formalized it and like, no, we're going to have a product manager, then I think technically I've had it the longest.
There's a question here. Brian asks, is Ryan goofed? I don't know what goofed means, Brian. I might be goofed. I don't know. Tell me what goofed means in the comments. I feel loopy because there's a lot of setup and a lot of there's a lot of action going on here. Oh, good. Like drunk. Maybe it means drunk.
Then very much no.
And they say no. He's drinking liquid death. Yeah, I'm drinking water, just regular water. I will be sober all night. Although Michael, who is part of the creative team, he suggested, maybe I should get drunk on the stream. And I bet you some people would enjoy watching that, but I wouldn't. So I'm not going to be doing that.
You tease.
I was telling you. Well, see, here's what I was talking to Michael about. I'll share it with the audience. I was saying how this is the thing with you particularly that you know. I don't drink a ton. I drink in a very limited social context.
Extremely little.
In fact, I drink more with Swedes than any other demographic because I know it's important to you guys to like share a beer together.
That's true for most people, to be fair.
That is true for most. Yeah, but you guys are unique in this a little bit.
No, I mean it's true for most people that they drink more with Swedes.
Yes, exactly. Yes, yeah. If you drink heavily and you get with the Swedes, you're going to drink more than you usually do too. That's true. But anyway, so I've been, I've drank enough to be sort of buzzed. But and you know this, I've never officially been drunk. Like we don't know, and this is
not lying.
This is the key here. We don't know what kind of drunk I am. Like, and Mattias has often been like, let's figure it out. Let's see if you're the like, are you the guy who like just won't stop hugging and be like, I love you, man. You got to understand, I love you. Or am I close talking?
Or is it a very dark depression that kind of comes forward? You never know.
We don't know. Or am I the like, do I want to fight you all of a sudden? You know, like, am I picking? We don't know. I could be any kind of drunk.
And this discussion often ends with, and do we really want to know?
We don't want to know. And we definitely don't want to know on the live stream. So we're not going to find out tonight, guys. But yeah. So, guys, okay, wait. I'm just looking at the comments here to see if there's anything I'm missing. Here's a little heritage thing. We all miss Ali Hoopa. Well, Kingpin Ronan, I'm with you there. It was a a lovely thing while it lasted, and then it didn't. Wah wah.
As is often the case.
As is often the case. It's tricky. You know, I mean, what can I say? The real problem is that not enough people loved Eibach. I mean,
Maybe.
yeah. Though those that loved it, but not enough did, and so it didn't. You know.
But that's my favorite thing too. Just, trying something new in music making is kind of hard. I mean, a lot of companies, a lot of people, everyone out there trying new things with music making. So how do you do something fresh? And that's the fun part of this company. I think they dared to try a bunch of things.
Yeah.
Even I've been here we discussed this. You've been here slightly longer than me.
I've been here a minute. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you've been here a minute.
A little less than a minute.
Little less than a minute.
59 seconds or so.
That's right. Yeah.
But in those 59 seconds, there's been a lot of fun stuff at Propellerhead and Reason Studios.
You know what's funny though? For you and I have been doing work with these guys for as long as we have. I still think of you as the new guy.
I love that. 13 years later. Oh yeah, the new guy. He's nice and all, but will he ever do anything good?
Yeah, exactly. Jury's still out on Mattias. Oh man. So let's see. I see. Oh no. See now they think I'm drunk. Oh no. He says I see Ryan as a loved up drunk. That's the theory. Yeah. You know what, Blackberry. You may be right. You might be right. Although, I don't know. I might be. What was that other one you said where you kind of just fall into like a kind of solitary?
I said deep depression.
Oh, deep depression. Oh shit.
Yeah, you went too far.
No, I don't think I would go into a deep depression. But I could put even odds on the fact that I'm like the guy that just like sits in the corner and like kind of yeah. Yeah, exactly. That guy,
We'll check in with Ryan again around 1 a.m.
Yes, that's
See
right.
where he is, if it's in the corner.
That's right. That Shadow Rage says drunk on life. I probably am drunk on life. I mean,
we're sitting in the village.
You know what I am high on today? I am high. I had two 12-ounce Americanos, which is 4 shots of espresso, and I haven't been drinking much caffeine recently. And so that's with me. That's surging through me. But yeah. Oh, KT Silence says maybe I'm a dancey drunk. Ooh, that would be interesting.
I mean, we'll never know. This is the frustrating thing. You can keep having these theories, but
I know
we'll never know.
I feel like maybe at some point, you know what? If we got some good channel views numbers on it, I would make a piece of content where I get drunk and try and make music, and we see what kind of drunk I am. I would consider
Have you ever done that?
No,
you haven't.
No,
because you've never been drunk.
I've never been drunk. Yeah.
Spoiler: the music doesn't get better.
Are we going to go in a whole weird direction? We'll make a whole series where I just do a bunch of illicit drugs and we see what impact it has on my creativity. Yeah, perfect. Okay,
yeah, that would be good content. Good, clean content
that the YouTube regulations would have no problem with at all.
Nope.
Isn't that right, Chris Reed? We got Chris Reed hanging out here in the control room with me. We're gonna get him in here too. But hey, just in that, look at this, Chris. He's commenting. He's 15 feet away, and he's commenting here.
Don't blow up the spot. They don't know I'm here.
They don't know you're here. Well, they're gonna see you in a bit. Oh,
hey, everyone wants to join in.
Yeah, but I saw some comments. I'm gonna. There's some chatter in the comments. It went by a while back. I'm gonna let you and I kind of make this announcement together. That some people are asking and maybe anticipating and even expecting, like, oh, they're doing this live stream because it's the big Reason 13 announcement. No,
it is not.
It is not. This is and that is a deliberate choice. This is a party to celebrate our heritage, and we are hanging out. And we're not turning it into a promotional announcement. That would be kind of the crass move in a way.
It would be. Come here to a party. We're trying to make some money off this.
Exactly. It's like, there were these things in the 70s, I think, here called, they probably had them in Sweden too, these Mary Kay parties or Tupperware parties, where like it was a thing. God, what a throwback. But it was a thing where like suburban housewives could like help earn a little money themselves by selling like plastic containers to their friends, you know? And the idea was you would have a party. So you'd invite all your like gal pals over.
And then suddenly in the party you go, do you know how you can make some extra money?
Yeah. No, not even just that. No, you'd be like, have you seen the new 2-quart like warming, container?
Okay. So not pyramid scheme, just selling.
No, you just sold to your friends. Yeah. And then you also would try and recruit and do that. Yeah, it was a whole thing. So anyway.
But that's not what we're doing.
That's not what we're doing. Although, have you seen the new 2-quart? Okay. No. So yeah. So for people that are expecting a Reason 13 announcement. What can I say other than no? We're hanging out. We're going to be talking to producers.
Yep.
We're going to be just having a fun party, and on the rest of that stuff, I mean, can I say stay tuned later? I mean, that's a objectively true thing down the road, right?
You can always stay tuned.
You can
later.
always stay tuned later. Yeah. So that's good to know, and I'm going to quote Forrest Gump here. That's all I have to say about that. All right. Well, listen, Mattias. I want to have you come back to me.
I will, because I'll be like there.
Yeah, I want you to come. I want you to like circulate and then come back, because here's the other thing. I'm hanging out here. Like,
he's stuck in here.
I'm stuck here. Yeah, this is my world. And so until the live stream's over, at least, and then I can go circulate. But so what I want you to do is I want you to go out, circulate, have fun, and then bring me back stories of the party, because otherwise,
party stories.
I can do this. This is my party. Wait. Oh, jeez. God, every track is a major
DMCA hell.
DCM. Yeah, Jesus.
But at least you get to touch the track.
You know, the funny thing is actually the rules with Content ID is that the first couple seconds, do you know how many seconds it is, Chris, that you can get away with playing a track like that? Like, it's like 2 seconds or something.
I wouldn't even try it.
I'm going to try it. I'm going to try it.
No, don't try it. Don't try it.
Okay, that's all. That's it.
Which song could it be? We don't know.
I don't even know if I turned that up loud enough for the mics to hear. We're going to try again. Let's see. Okay, that's it. That's all we get. Okay, so listen, Mattias.
Yep.
Go
I
circulate.
give you some party vibes.
You go out, you go have some fun at the party, and then you come back and you tell me. I'm going to live vicariously through your experience.
Very good.
Okay? And then I'm going to check in here with the folks in the... Oh, wait. A new stream idea, Joey Luck. He says, how drunk can Ryan get before he spills the beans? Yeah, well, let me tell you something. I'm already nervous. I've started telling these guys, like, I don't want to know what's in the works. Don't tell me, because all that can happen is that I spill the beans. I am a bean spiller. Let me tell you something. Like, I have spilled some beans in my life. Like, have you seen that GIF of I think it's from an episode of The Office, and that character Kevin is carrying this giant, like, huge pot of beans, and he spills it, and they've turned it into a GIF. Yeah, that I am that GIF sometimes. So yeah, I specifically tell them. Oh, I don't need to leave that empty chair. I specifically tell people at Reason Studios, don't tell me until it's later. Actually, there's a couple reasons for that, and I'll just share with those, and then I'll check out some comments. Here's the reason I don't want to know things too early. Number one, bean spilling. It's a risk. It could happen. You never know. But number two is that I'm still one of you. I'm this Reason user, Reason fanboy kid that is like excited by this stuff. And you know what will like drive you nuts is when you see it being made. And you see the stuff that they're thinking of doing, and then you see the stuff that, like, sometimes they have to make hard decisions, that, like, or sometimes the tech doesn't allow them to do certain things, or sometimes they make choices that are just different than, like, maybe the choice I would make. You know, it's like imagine if you heard someone when they were starting to write a song, and you kind of have your own vision for where that's going to go creatively. And then all you could do is just sit and watch them do it, but you had no input. You couldn't be like, wait, no, you had the most killer bass line. Like, wait, don't throw that away, or whatever. It's that feeling. I watch this stuff getting developed, and I am a passive observer of a thing. I'm gonna get the finished result. So I learned along the way. Just show it to me when it's closer, and then I can get excited about what it is and not about what it was or what it was going to be or what it could have been in my mind or should have been. It's like I don't want to know that stuff. And then I end up, the other thing is, and I've done this in the past, then I combine these. I spill the beans, and I'll tell the story about something that a feature that they cut. And then it's like, and then the community just gets mad because well, we want that. It's like, why'd they cut that? It's like, I shouldn't even have mentioned it. No bean spilling. Anyway, I'll probably still spill beans. That's just kind of what I do. John, you haven't missed nothing except just us all hanging out here, and that's all we're gonna be doing. We got a little bit of music going. Let's check in on the music here. Okay. We should play a game of like just 2-second name that tune. Can you guys? I can name that tune. Tell me in the comments if you can name, based on that alone, if you can name what you just heard. I should have given you the heads up. Maybe we'll play one more round here. 2 seconds. Name this tune. That's all you get. See if you can name it. I bet you some people are going to get it. Hopefully that's bleeding into the mic enough for people to do it. But let's see here. Okay, I'm going to check in now on some comments, and then we're gonna throw someone else in the chair here and just hang out and talk here. But let's see. What are people saying? There's feature requests coming in. That's natural. Be cool if Reason implemented stem separation for the sampler. I don't know what this is about. Logic are too high pitched, but Reason gets destroyed the more drums you use. Don't know what that's about. I do know there's a lot of discussion about the Reason. This has been a thing over the years. The Reason sound and the way the Reason engine, the sound engine, sounds different than the Logic sound engine and the Pro Tools sound engine. And I hate to be the person that's kind of like going to tell you that. Well, if there's any kids watching, wait, hang on. I don't want to talk about. I was going to talk about Santa Claus, who's totally real, kids. So I'm not going to talk about that. But I don't want to, I don't want to be the person to tell you that you're wrong to be thinking about these audio myths, but you're wrong. The Reason sound engine. There are people that think if you load a sound file into Reason and you load a sound file into Logic, that they sound different. Just unity gain, load in a sound file into an audio track, and the sound engine, which is not a phrase that is used in the actual industry. It's only used in the user community that they talk about the sound engine. And there are people that believe that these companies code their sound engine. That ain't the way it works. That doesn't happen. And it's something that's very easy to test. You could load a sound file in one DAW, load it in the other DAW, flip the phase in one of those DAWs, and then bring in the other, export them and bring them back together, sum them, they're going to cancel each other out. They're going to be phase canceled. If there was a sound engine and if the coloration happened strictly through just going through that DAW, they wouldn't phase cancel each other. They would sound different because they would be changed. They'd be colored. Doesn't happen. No sound engine. So people will always sort of discuss this, the mystique and the myth of the sound engine. And I don't know what to, hang on. I hear things going on. There's a mic going. Let's see what's going on there. Can we hear it?
I just want to thank everybody for coming out tonight. And I would love to thank these guys, these beautiful people here, for putting on such an amazing event. And also bringing you here to all of us.
This is Michael.
My name is Michael Kellerman. I am the A&R community manager and producer at Reason Studios. And yeah, I'm not sure what I was going to say. I had a little script, I was staying awake the other night going shit, what am I going to say to people? But first I just want to say yeah, thank you guys. Amazing. So give it up for something dope, please. Now, everybody's been given a card at the door, and this is something which you...
I'll pull that down, and I'm going to come back with you guys. It sounds like Michael's just saying hello to everybody and welcome them to the party. I don't get to... I gotta welcome you to the party. So we are having our own party. Oh, wait a second. Did somebody... Are they playing the game? I don't know what that means. PT Rinsu. I would like to believe that is someone commenting on the snippet of the song, which was Prince's "Want to Be Your Lover." I wonder if that's what that was about. I'm not quite sure. Oh, here. Someone's got it. Regmon. I want to be your lover. There it is. Yep. Okay. Yep. They got it. Okay. Cool. Okay. So that means it works. I'll do that at some other point. We'll play a game of DCMA, DMCA. That's what it is. The DMCA takedown roulette. We're gonna bring up a song for 2 seconds and hopefully not get it. Oh, here, Reg Young got it too. Absolutely. Benjamin, what's the timeline for 13? I don't have answers for you on that because, not because I don't know some things that are in the works and stuff, because obviously things are in the works at all times, but for this party, and we've talked about it, we're just hanging out. We're just celebrating 30 years together. We're celebrating you guys. We're hanging out with you guys. We're bringing some folks in to my guest chair to hang out in person and talk with me, and that is what it's all about. Shadow Rage says Reason 5 has its own sound. Okay. I mean, I don't know how many other ways I can say it, but okay. I mean, the only thing I can say is Reason 5 doesn't have audio, so you can't test my little face. Actually, you know what? You could. I bet you could. And now I kind of want to, because you could load digital audio into a sampler, load it into like the NNXT, and you could phase invert it in Reason 5. You guys let me know. There must be some phase inversion method for audio signals. Wonder how that works. Surely there is a way to phase invert in Reason 5. I'd like to believe. I guess, or you could phase invert. You could do it after the fact. You could load it into NNXT, export it, whereby it should get the coloration sound. Then you load it back into any other DAW, phase invert, and it should cancel. Should. I don't know. Anyway, need more banjo picking, don't we all? I know. But let's see here. Ryan, since when did you become Jim Morrison? Let me tell you something. Okay, Mars, let me tell you. I just recently discovered something. This is like a revolutionary thing in my world. I'm going to tell the most like vapid story about the most dumb thing, so I'll make it quick. I'm a adult male of enough advanced years that I've been in this world for a while, and I've had long hair for quite a while of my adult life and in my teen years. I only just learned that there's a thing called a diffuser. I didn't know they existed. And so this actually directly applies to you guys. I used to get up, so my hair is thick and it takes forever to dry. And so if I had a 10 a.m. live stream, I was setting my alarm for 5 a.m. so I could get a shower so that by the time the live stream came around, I didn't look like I just swam laps in a pool. I needed 5 hours for my hair to dry. And you would say, Ryan, just get a blow dryer. I couldn't do that because blow dryers, they frizz out curly hair. It just looks terrible and weird. And then just recently, someone goes, oh, yeah, you should get a diffuser. I was like, come again now? What's that now? And I got a diffuser and it changed my world. So anyway, I guess, I don't know. Maybe Jim Morrison had a diffuser. I don't know what to tell you. But anyway, Reg says, I want to be your lover. I think he's quoting the song, or maybe he's just volunteering to the community. Reg Young is available. He is single and ready to mingle. So, hey, Reg, listen, you got to put yourself out there sometimes. That's the only way you're going to, that's the way we find love. We got to be vulnerable and honest in our communications. So kudos to you, Red. Or maybe you were just playing the Prince game, in which case, sorry to signal you out there. Shadow Rage, teenager for life. Who is that? Me? That might be true. Oh no, here, Shadow Rage. I don't look older than 20. We don't know how old you actually are chronologically, Shadow Rage. So kudos for not looking older than 20, unless you're 21, in which case, nah, that's not. That's about on par with where you should do. All right, listen, let's get someone else in the chair here because I almost don't want to bring my next guest on because I've been using, they don't know this, but him and his, are you guys married or partnered? What's my term? Married. You're married, right? Okay. So him and his wife have been hanging out here in the control room. And, when you're doing these sort of things, what's really fun is to play to an audience. And so they don't know it. They've been my audience. If I say something funny and I see them smile, I go, okay, that landed. But now I'm going to lose one of my people. But let's get him over here in the chair. Chris, you want to come join me and hang out for a little bit?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Chris Reed, folks, you guys know Chris Reed.
Oh man.
Yeah, how you doing?
Yo, I am doing so good, Ryan.
Look at this. The content creator already knew. When you answered, you looked into the lens.
I am doing great, man. Shout outs to Reason, everybody.
30 years. Congratulations to you guys, man. Reason Gang for life, just in case y'all didn't know. Okay. Shout outs to all the people in the chat right now. I see all of my folks that's up in there, and you guys hanging out with us as we party to celebrate these 30 years, man. I sound like I do radio or something, but this is the live streamer in me.
I know. Now listen, this is your call if you want it or not. There's a set of headphones down there if you want them. I don't know.
Let me see. I'll try them out.
You can tell, and you've got a volume control. This the second knob here over here is your volume control that you can decide how you want to be. Now, different people. when you make your content, do you monitor your voice?
I do monitor my
voice.
You
do, yeah. So you're used to it, right?
Well, because I'm vain. I just like the way my voice sounds.
Listen, I am totally with you. No, but there's like a thing to that. I mean, I don't love the way my voice sounds, but I need to hear this.
Yeah.
To the point where if I'm like on another, like if I'm just on a Zoom call and I'm using like the internal like stuff, it feels weird to not be hearing my foldback into my ears. It's like, how do people do that?
Right. And somebody was telling me recently on the stream that I don't remember where I heard it from, but it's like when you hear your voice, you don't hear your skull rattling, and so that's why it doesn't sound as good as when you hear it. I don't know, something about that. Like you're missing that cabinet to give you that,
I wonder if first of all, I'm going to be posting some comments as I say. Some people are just passing along some stuff. Nice to see you. Hey, Chris, nice to see you.
What's up?
Chris, let's go. Laura Zombie says, love Chris.
I love you too.
A lot of love out there for Chris Reed. Chris Reed beats CBC voters.
Man, I love you like a friend. My wife is sitting right there. Just slow down a little bit now.
That's right. Yeah, and listen, if anyone's looking for love though, I can't remember who was now. Someone wanted to be their lover. Oh yeah, Reg. Yeah, Reg.
Yeah, Reg. I want to be your lover.
Yeah, that's right.
Another lifetime.
Another lifetime. Yeah. But I love when the door opens. A little. Oh yeah, wait. Should we play a round of what's that song?
Let's do it.
Just 2-second roulette, guys. Okay, we're gonna see. Name the song. Ooh, I don't know that one.
Yeah, man, I don't know that one either.
Oh, okay. Yeah, if anyone gets that one, well, you could make up a title. You could be like, that's called, Funkin' the Night Away. And we'd be like, okay, sure.
It might be user generated. I don't know.
Oh,
I know they're going to have
call.
I think they're going to have performances or something tonight.
Shit, if it's user generated, I can pump that stuff in here.
Yeah.
That stuff's not going to get chopped down.
Cool.
But Chris, what I was going to say.
Yeah.
So we're talking about the sound in your head versus the sound you hear played back, right?
Right.
Okay, so everybody who's ever recorded themselves, and let us know in the chat, if you've ever recorded yourself and then turned to the people in the room and go, is that how you hear me? What the hell is that? You have that experience. You sound more nasal and you sound higher pitched and you just don't sound like what you hear in your head.
Right.
Well, here's the shitty reality is that the more you record your voice, it's not that you get used to hearing that voice when you hear it played back. What actually happened to me is that what went away was the sound inside my head. When I talk now, I sound like the sound I hear coming back to me. So I now have to live at all times with that nasally, high-pitched weirdo. It's like that's my, which is my voice. So I guess it's good that I accept that. But
Ryan really did have too much coffee today, guys.
I really did.
No, that sounds really interesting, and it makes a lot of sense. Somebody asked that question, like, what is the voice in your head? It can't be you, right? But it's something there.
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's not dive too far off the deep end. 30 years!
Let me tell you. So Jordan Scott says 2 of my favorite Reason dudes in one room right now.
Jordan.
Let me tell you, and Chris can attest to this. Chris and I met in person around about 2 years ago.
Yeah, well, a little less than that.
A little less.
Coming up on it though. Coming up on the anniversary. Yeah.
There was an event in LA, down in Hollywood, and I went to the event, and I didn't know you were going to be there.
Okay.
But I was a big fan of Chris Reed, and from the first video I saw, I was shooting messages off to the guys in Stockholm, being like, "This guy has it." Like,
oh wow.
You guys because hear that? No, but it's true. I'm a big believer, and I'll talk about myself for a second in this. I'm a big believer in the only value that I really have in the Reason content community is that the person, and maybe you can agree or disagree on this, but the person that they know through camera and videos is who I am.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not fronting some sort of like content creator personality that is different than who I am.
You probably see more of me when I'm on camera than like
Yes.
in real life. It's actually more of a front in life,
Right.
than on camera.
That could be arguably true. That's right.
Yeah.
And so when I saw your first video, I instantly recognized that as well, that you're not trying to do an impression of a person making content. In fact, if anybody wants to, like, if you want to get a glimpse into what that would be, go watch some of my very first Reason videos on the channel before I was on camera, back when I was like narrating them.
Yeah.
Like when I was doing some, like the earliest super neat beat cheat sheets. The first one I ever made, I think was it house drums or something like that? Or some topic like deep house drums. I think it was the first super neat beat sheet I ever made. And at that point, up until that point, I had been writing and producing all the Reason content for the channel, but I was farming out the voiceover to this guy named Frank, who was doing the actual read. So I'd write the scripts, he would record the voiceover, I would edit, make the video.
Like the voice, he's kind of like deep. It's like a deep, like,
it's like a real, like, yeah.
Oh, okay.
That was Frank.
Cool.
And so, but when you watched that stuff, you were watching my videos spoken by Frank.
Okay.
And then there came this moment where YouTube was sort of changing, and you kind of, it made sense on a couple of videos to have me voice myself rather than, have a voiceover
actor.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, it was getting a little bit more organic feeling, and it didn't need to be polished with a professional voiceover guy. Mm-hmm. And so my first ones, though, problem was I was trying to be a voiceover guy. So you watch that super neat beat cheat sheet video, and it's like I don't know what I'm saying, but I'll say things like, next, you want to take it's like this really.
I definitely do that. I mean, that's like a thing when you're doing those videos.
Yeah.
It's like, this is the thing though, Ryan. For as many times as I've like made a video and then like someone's like, wow, this is perfect. This is exactly how fast I wanted it to be. And wow, you led me right into the next thing. As many times as that has happened, the opposite has happened. Man, this guy talks so fast.
Yeah.
Why didn't he say,
right.
And the next thing, like, it's both sides,
It is.
I'm so excited. We're here at a celebration, a party, and I was more geeked to like be in here. Like, I'm just over there on the couch listening to Mattias and listening to Ryan, and I'm just like super geek. So I'm loud. He's like turning my mic down. I'm giving you guys all of the background, okay?
You know my moves.
Okay, listen, I'm over there with my wife. I'm like, listen, it's redrum. I don't care what they say. It's N19. I don't care what they say. I got my people in the chat. They know exactly what I'm talking about.
Oh
I'm never going to pronounce it correctly. 30 years, let's go.
Oh my God. Hey, listen, so there's a question. You want to, I'm going to try and cold call someone here with you while we're hanging out here.
Let's do it.
Someone asks, is Justin Williams going to be on the live stream? And do you know Justin?
Man, the name sounds familiar,
yeah,
but I'm
Justin,
terrible with
just
it.
Before your era,
Okay.
and he's actually, I'll let you guys know. I just in December filmed some new content with Justin, so he's gonna be back on our channel once I got time to edit it.
Cool.
But Justin's a producer out of New Orleans, super nice guy, like just total. Justin and I, like, we are genuinely, just deep good friends now,
Cool.
and it really all blossomed out of that. But he's a super sweet guy, and they wanted to know if he's going to be on the stream. No, Justin is too wildly successful down in New Orleans to have made it out here. But I kind of feel like, for people asking, maybe I should just like randomly try and FaceTime him.
Oh man,
and we'll see.
Get that call going.
Let's see if he answers, because he just texted me before the stream. So let's just see. Let's get Justin up here, and then I want to talk to you about all sorts of things that you're doing, and Reason and all that.
Yeah, let's do it.
But since they asked, let's see if we can pull him up here. Justin Williams. Okay, Justin. Let's try and FaceTime him. Okay, hang on a second.
So cool.
Okay, we're gonna. I should have done this. If I were being really clever, I could do this a different way. But let's see here. I'm gonna put the speaker up like this. Is it ringing? It's ringing. We're gonna try. Oh, you know what? Oh, wait, it's 11 o'clock at night in New Orleans. Wait, what am I doing? Shit!
Time difference.
Shit! now I gotta text. Now I gotta text him. I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking. Sorry.
Okay, while Ryan is doing that, make sure that you guys are giving the thumbs up to this video, man. Make sure you guys are dropping in the comments 30th anniversary, happy birthday to Reason. Make sure you guys are just, hit it up, man. Let's blow this stream up. We appreciate you guys for coming through to hang out with us.
You know what?
We're
Absolutely.
in the studio with Ryan right now, man. Reason Studios, this is amazing. I've met so many people that I probably should have never met. All right, I'm like the fly on the wall. This is great. Okay, I did tell my stream audience and everybody that I would try to pull something out of you, but you already gave it away that you wouldn't say it.
Oh, they were asking to like.
We had this whole stream, a couple of the last couple of streams actually, when we saw this was coming up. We had this whole thing about, are they going to release this? Are they going to release that? Are they going to talk about it? Are they going to tease it? Is he going to spill some beans?
No, I can't. I cannot spill no beans. There'll be no bean spilling for me. But yeah, it's
like when they told you about Object.
Yes.
And you said you wouldn't tell us the name.
Yes.
You did a good job.
You know what I used to do? I have a couple of examples where they used to give me this stuff. And this is the third reason why I say don't give it to me till it's ready.
Okay.
Because I'll install it and then I'll make a video and it'll be just in the sidebar browser,
Oh yeah.
And people will see it. And
oh yeah.
Back before Reason was high resolution, they would see the thumbnail that was like, I don't know what it was, like 100 pixels by 100 pixels of a device, and they would blow that thing up and they would analyze these mosaic squares of color. Yeah. And they'd be and they would draw conclusions from it. They would be like, "Oh, I can clearly see that it's got an envelope follower," and it's like, "What?" But
it's one of those things. Listen, I'm guilty. I won't tell you what I did release, but I'm guilty of it. Somebody saw something on my stream.
Oh, really?
Yes, Ryan.
A
really?
Reason device?
Yes, Ryan.
Oh, tell us. Spill the beans, Chris. Spill the beans.
This is old. It's old. It already happened.
Well, that's great.
New.
Water on the bridge. Clearly, we weren't mad about it.
I'm not gonna relive that moment.
I want to hear.
Nah,
oh,
I'm gonna talk about something else.
Oh,
listen. But I do remember that. It was like, hey, Chris,
let us know in the comments if
minimize
you want Chris,
that screen.
We want Chris to tell the story. Let us know in the comments if you want to hear the story. I'll tell you a different one. There was one that happened. Do I mention the website? I could mention. Maybe you know what? I'll mention the website since I've said I'm a bean spiller. I don't think these things are bad. I think these things are totally just natural. We sent out a press release about a new version of, probably was a new version of Reason, I'm assuming. I don't really remember the details.
Okay.
We sent out a press release like a week ahead of schedule to a couple of key music tech websites so that they would have the story and they could write their articles and do their own things and get their content ready and kind of be in the loop. But when we do that in the industry, it's called sending out an embargoed press release, meaning it is embargoed, it's held until a certain date. Yeah. So they know, like, okay, we've got the info, but obviously we don't go to press with this until the date that we've been told is okay.
Okay.
So we did that. And
you did that about what?
We did whatever it was, Reason something, Reason 9 or whatever it was. I don't know. Maybe it was about.
I'm trying for you guys. I'm trying.
I honestly don't remember what it was. But
it's like, we just sent it for Reason 13. We just sent one.
That's right. Yeah, it's the new holographic image generator.
Of course, Reason 13. With AI.
Yes. That's right. Everything happens via AI, and we figured out how to exceed the speed of light. It's going to be amazing. Reason 13 is going to be the best.
They said it was telepathic. You just think it.
You think it. That's right.
You think it, and it just comes straight from your brain.
That's
into
correct.
The dog.
In fact, little to be known, I'm auto-generating this with my thoughts from Reason 13. It's so
awesome.
Advanced. It's
really cool.
It's telepathic.
Okay,
telepathic.
Not too much.
I've said too much. You're right. That's
way too much.
We'll wait until 1 hour when we announce all that stuff. No, I shouldn't. Listen. I'm being sarcastic. If you guys are, don't hold me to this.
This is a celebration, guys. It's just a celebration to celebrate all of the success. I mean, imagine that. Imagine 30 years of success and 30 years of innovation and 30 years of creating something new and giving people the access to create music like that in itself. Yeah. That's the announcement. That's the celebration. It's just thinking about the journey, like you were given that history of it, starting from Rebirth and everything like that, and the ways that we find ourselves between Reason 3.5, the different versions, and just coming to today, where it's like I was just helping somebody and it was like, hey, what version are you on? Because he couldn't open the file. I'm like, Reason 12. I'm like, listen, all of those other versions, I love you guys. we're where we are now. I'm looking to the future.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Come on. Reason Plus, join the wave.
Yeah.
But it's just great to just be able to be where we are now. That's the celebration to me.
Yeah, I agree. And you're right. I mean, there is something to be said. And this is where I can talk to you. This is where I always, and I strongly hold on to this. I don't want to lose this. I don't want to lose the fact that when I'm hanging with you, I am talking to you Reason user to Reason user. Sure. I'm not talking to you as Reason Studios content guy on live stream host. Like, that's not.
I forget that. When we get in these moments.
Yeah.
Ryan, I forget. You're very important. And I'm just Chris, right?
No. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is that when you said something like, imagine having 30 years of success,
right.
And I feel this like user level pride in that. Where you're like, yeah, like it's like when you're, if you follow a band that's been around for 30 years and they just keep putting out good albums and you're just like, wow, I really, I've been on this journey with this band that's like, and there's an element of that too.
Absolutely.
And listen, let's have the honest conversation that like bands and albums, hasn't been total success. I mean, we mentioned Holly Hoopa. People were saying they miss Holly Hoopa. And it's like, yeah, well, there was it's like the critically acclaimed album that didn't sell well. I mean, that's sort of where Holly Hoopa went. It just didn't get enough users and it eventually had to fold. I have 3 balance interfaces sitting in my closet.
Really?
That are just my sort of leftover stock of balance interfaces. So,
Cool.
There are moments in the history. It has not been. It's not like we're not saying that like this has just been home run and 3-pointers for 30 years. Yeah. But there has been, even at those things, even in Holly Hoopa and in Balance and stuff, like what there has always been is this focus, this through line, which is where you and I come in on the user side, which is that like helping creative people realize their creative spark and make music in a way that feels like it's the most natural expression of what they want to get out.
Yeah.
That has been around for 30 years and whenever anything new comes out, like Players was such a great example of that, where I was like, I didn't even know I needed them.
Right.
And then they came out and I was like, how have I lived without them? They just instantly, they didn't change the music I made, but they changed the way I made the music I made.
Yeah.
For the better,
Yeah. They either like unlock a lot out of me and I like can like make a ton of stuff, or they put me into this situation where it's like, okay, don't use them too much and like go back to just playing. So I go back and forth with it. But just speaking about like what you're saying, I can definitely be like a fanboy a lot of times because now you got to get some history from me, right?
Yeah.
It's like, when did I start? Like I was in like middle school, like a kid, I'm like 30, I'm 33 now, but like, I was like a middle schooler with Reason 3. And I just remember talking to my buddy and saying, I think I want to make music. I think I want to make beats.
Yeah.
I was playing trumpet and I was doing all this other music stuff, but he introduced Reason to me via what he said was someone had given it to him. And,
Yeah. Chris, you can say you got a cracked copy.
No, I can't. I can say that. I can never admit it.
Listen, I'll be the first to admit it. My first copy of Reason, cracked. And I bought Rebirth legit.
Yeah.
I bought it. In fact, I bought it for my girlfriend as a Christmas present.
Yeah.
And we used that, and that was fine. And I knew those guys. I was friends with them. This is my. I'm going to tell my cracked copy defense story. Was that at any moment I was friends with the Propeller Head guys and the Reason Studios guys, and I could have reached out and been like, hey, like maybe you give your buddy Ryan a free copy because he's a broke kid, and I could have done that. But the cracks were just so easy. It was literally easier at that time than it was sending an email and waiting for a response.
Ryan. Let me tell you something. What you just said is what that person claimed that they did.
Oh, okay. That's
what they. I don't think that they knew anybody at Reason Studios.
Right. But they at least told you that you were getting a first generation share instead of.
Hey, check this out. This is my buddies. Whatever.
Yeah.
My point being is, sometimes I fanboy a little bit because I started so early, and it was the one thing. I had tried other stuff. It was the one thing that like clicked in my brain. It was the one thing that clicked for me. It was able to let me make music. They make the kind of music I want to make.
Right.
So there's a deep love for that. So sometimes I know I can be that way. I know you guys reel me back in sometimes. Don't let me go off the deep end too much. But that being said, I appreciate the DAW for what it is.
Yeah.
That's just me.
Yeah.
So and we have that deep rooted feeling from, like I said, way back then, Reason 3. You know, when I first started making beats, I made some money from some beats. I went and I purchased a copy of Reason, right? It was that moment of, okay, now we're like a business. We're like investing. We're like making music. We're marketing.
That's right.
So it's like just growing from there to this point where now I'm sitting here celebrating with Reason Studios' 30th anniversary.
You know what I remember very distinctly? The first time I had earned enough money from music that I could pay my entire electric bill. I looked at it and I was like, hey, I earned like whatever it was, like $118 from music, and my electric bill was like $117. And I was like, I'm gonna have $1 left over and pay my electric bill with music. Like, and that was let me tell you, that was at a time when I used to make choices of like, okay, I'm gonna let the electric bill be 1 month behind so I can pay the phone bill, and then I'll pay the phone bill this month, and then next month that'll be 1 month behind, and I'll pay, like it was those sort of times,
Yeah.
And having that moment, like, I remember those things really, really importantly. Oh wait, hang on a second.
Okay.
We're getting, that's a ring. Marcus is trying to send us a feed from the room. Let's check in on the other party. Okay, so I'm gonna bring that in for a second.
She's playing violin.
Oh, we got a performance going on. Okay, yeah.
Look at this, y'all.
Oh yeah, she is. Okay, I'm gonna turn on the sound, but turn it down. So hang on a second. Okay, he's showing some people watching the party. Oh, is she? We got a live. So Michael is lined up. This is the party. That's it's so weird. I'm watching the. Oh, that was an in from Marcus. Okay, thank you, Marcus. Yeah, that's the party that I'm not in, but I'm enjoying the party here for sure.
I hope so, man,
for sure.
'cause I've been enjoying the party
for sure. Listen, just to wrap up the thought we were saying.
Yeah.
So I remember that moment of when you start to monetize your passion and the pride that you take in that. I still have a little of that. I play like bluegrass gigs and stuff like that. Let me tell you something. Your buddy Ryan is not going to retire on his bluegrass little like playing a farmer's market on a weekend or the gig like that.
Okay.
So but you make tip money and stuff like that.
Right.
And I keep that in a little like I've got a little like rubber band, and I take the whatever tip money I make from that little thing that I did. Sometimes you get paid for the gig too, but and I keep it on my dresser next to my, because I am, even though it is a completely insignificant portion of my overhead costs in life and income and all the things you need to do to generate, I'm still really proud of that, that income. And it's like, I played songs I wrote for people, and I got $34 today.
A win is a win. A win is that's a win.
That's a win, right?
That's a win. And you got to take your wins. You just add them up together.
I watched one of your live streams, and I just happened to tune in, whenever I see your live streaming. And folks, I'm going to put out the plug. If you don't know Chris Reed's live streams.
Oh, they're not worried about me.
Listen, I know he doesn't want me to do this, but I'm going to do it. If you don't know Chris Reed's channel and you don't know Chris Reed Beats on YouTube and the live streams he does, like, what are you doing? What are you doing here? Just go sign off from this live stream right now. No, don't do that. But when we're done here, go watch his stuff. They're fun. Anytime I see them on, I just love to tune in and watch them. And I tuned into one randomly, and you were talking about something. Who knows what you're talking about? But it was cool, and I'm sure I was
probably donuts.
Yeah, whatever it was. It was. But while you were on the stream, somebody bought one of your beats.
Yeah.
And man, if I knew which stream that was on, I would tell people to go watch that timestamp, because the same thing I was talking about before, about the genuine honesty, authenticity of like, you are who you are. Yeah. In your content, that's who you are. And that's a moment where that shined through in such a big way, because someone bought your beat, and it's my tip money at the farmer's market. It's like it did not change the course of your day, your week, your month, none of that stuff.
Yeah.
And yet you were like,
it was an amazing feeling.
Yeah.
This is the thing, Ryan. Like, I've sold beats before.
Yeah.
And I wish one day people can have a conversation about that side of things. Like one video I want to do is how do rappers and singers, how do you actually pick a beat? Because we have this whole beat marketplace where essentially you upload beats to Airbit or to BeatStars, and then randomly people will just purchase your beat, and then they will not create a song, because for the millions of beats that get bought all year long, I never hear a song from, oh yeah, this came from this artist from BeatStars. I never hear songs.
That's right.
That's just me off on a tangent. How do artists pick beats? But what I'm saying is that you upload this track, you sell it. I've sold beats before in person, right? Like I go to the studio, or I go with somebody, say, hey man, I'm looking for some beats. It's like, okay, cool, I'll sell you 10 for this, or let's do a agreement. Well, you know, I've sold beats before and made money before with my beats. Beat CDs,
right?
Definitely selling beats, got no royalties. They probably made all kind of #1 hits. I've done that before and made money and was able to like pay rent, pay bills, right? But that little $29.99 from BeatStars, right? That all of a sudden was like, oh my God.
Yeah.
Somebody just bought my beat.
Yeah.
Oh my, what? Whoa, quit my day job. Like, I don't know why it was so amazing for that moment.
It was a sweet moment. It was a really sweet moment. You were genuinely touched, and it meant something. And the part I loved was you weren't, like, and this is what I love about your content and your channel and the authenticity you have, is you weren't afraid to show that to people.
Sure.
You know, you could have, if you were inside your head about like, I got to be cool and like kind of put up some kind of thing, you know.
Look,
like,
y'all, I just sold another beat.
Yeah, like another one. Yeah, you know, like, yeah, you could have played it up, but you didn't. You were like, you know, you played it the way that I knew it was feeling to you, and I loved that stuff. So, listen. Okay, now listen, Chris. I'm gonna release you from my I could hang out with you forever, but I want to if you want to hang here, hang in this control room, because I'm loving having you, and I'll pull you back in. We'll chat a little more.
Sure.
But I see we've had some new what is that, what's the gaming thing, a new player is
a new challenger.
Yeah, new challenger.
A new challenger has approached.
That's right. So I'm gonna bring in another friend over here.
See y'all later.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Chris. Thanks for hanging with us. Guys, like I said, you gotta go to Chris's channel if you don't know about it already. You gotta check out Chris Reed Beats on YouTube. The guy, I mean, he's on our channel too. He's on the Reason Studios channel, but he's got his own channel where he's putting out his own stuff, and it's all good. And if you didn't know him already, now you know him. Just an absolute sweetheart of a guy, and someone I'm really happy to call friend. So let's bring on someone else, because otherwise you're just going to hear me talk. I mean, you know, it's more fun with more people. Wait, quick game. Let's play another game of what song is this? 2-second DMCA, don't give us a strike, roulette. Let's see what song this is. Hang on.
So you can.
That's not a song. It's a speech.
Okay, you can.
All right. Well, that's not going to work. Okay, cool. So let's bring in our friend. If he wants to join us, I see him sitting over there. I haven't even asked him. I'm gonna give him a little knowing nod and wink here and see if he wants to come in. You want to jump in the chair? Yeah. All right, come on over here. This is. There's a little Chris Reed, little co-content creator, co-producer powwow going on over there. Guys, this is someone else who you will know from our channel, but you also, you know, well, we're going to talk to him. You probably know his work, and you hear it out in the world. And he's a guy we've only hung out once before, right? Nam, was that the first time we met in person?
Once or twice.
Yeah, once or twice. It's just been a little. It's a new thing. Okay. Yeah. Listen, guys, join me in welcoming Hilton Wright with us in
what's
the
going
house.
on,
How
man?
are you, man?
Dude, I am happy to be here. It's like a Reason birthday party, you know, like this is amazing, you know.
It is a fun, I mean, you know, let me tell you, so here's the, I'll make the honest admission. I'm like, despite this, I'm like a super introvert at parties, like, and this is the dream for me. Is like,
wow, yeah.
Like when I go to parties, I'm always like, where are the smokers at? Because that's like 3 people like in some like forgotten corner, and I don't smoke, but I'll hang with the smokers because like that's my scene, like, that's my size, you know.
Gotcha.
And so like when they were talking about this party, I was like, you know, we should probably live stream. Like maybe I should set up somewhere secluded and nice and chill.
Right.
And so So that's so I'm loving this vibe. The party
Nice.
is coming to me, so it's nice.
Yeah.
Nice to see you, man.
In your element, man.
Yeah,
Nah, it's dope.
Nice to have people hanging with me though.
Yeah.
So you're LA native. I don't know if you're LA native originally, but you're LA based, right?
Right. Yeah, I've been LA based for going on 11 years now.
Is that
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. So
Okay.
it's been good to me.
Now where did you come from?
Well, so I'm originally from the Detroit area.
Okay.
You know, Motown is home, and yeah, man, and then I lived in Atlanta for 7 years.
Okay.
And then I was in Mississippi for 2 years, and then I've been in LA for the last 11. So
Gotcha.
bounced around.
I'm just going to mention something to you for the sake of if you want them. There's a set of headphones if you want them. You don't have, but if you, I don't know what, I've got earbuds in, so I don't know what it's like out there in terms of being able to hear me and stuff, or hear yourself or whatever.
Gotcha.
But so okay, so you were now. Sorry, now because I was thinking about that, I was mostly listening, but now I just want to double check. You were in Detroit,
Right.
and then Atlanta. You said?
Yep. Yeah, I was in Atlanta for 7 years, and fun fact, while I lived in Atlanta, I started a user group for it was called APUG, Atlanta Propellerhead User Group.
Oh, okay.
This was like back in the old days, obviously, with the Propellerhead, but it was like this was definitely like 13 years ago.
Yeah. Okay.
And so yeah, man, I've been using Reason for almost 21 years now.
Jeez.
Which is
Okay.
crazy.
Yeah. You got. I mean, that's nearly the entirety of the reason existing. I mean, what did you come in at 2? Reason 2?
Yeah, it was either 2 or 2.5.
2.5.
I can't remember, but yeah.
I don't remember the history well enough. There's folks in Stockholm that know this stuff. 2.5 is actually the most common entry point. If you're like an old school OG, sort of Reason, and you've been like you have, and other people have been around with it for that long.
Yeah.
It is a very high likelihood that you came in at Reason 2.5. Or the alternative is you came in at Reason 5, well, actually, here's the one. You're still on Reason 5 because that's the one that you can still find cracks for.
Right.
So
Yeah.
There's those people out there too. When you see it in comments like, we'll put out some like the latest version or a new rack extension, and they'll be like, yo, does this work with Reason 5?
Right, yeah.
It's like
telling on themselves.
We see what's going on. I mean, that's cool. It's what you do your thing, but
Yeah.
2.5 was a really common entry point, and
Okay.
and the thing about it was, and this is where like I wish I knew the stuff better, but like I think in Reason 2, let me think about this for a second. Maelstrom wasn't there; that came in Reason 3.
Wow.
But there was like in the Reason 1 to 2 jump, there wasn't like a ton. There was enough stuff to make it a 1 to 2 new version.
Yeah.
But like there wasn't like a ton of new stuff that was like radical. And I don't know the story behind this. I'm just gonna assume that at the time they had stuff in development, because shortly thereafter they put out Reason 2.5, and that's when. Oh, here, wait. Mattias is walking by. Mattias.
Yo.
Here, come just near enough the mic. Reason
Hey.
2.5.
Yep.
What were the new devices in 2.5?
Ooh.
Was Scream 4 2.5?
Yeah, and I think RV7000.
RV7000.
And BV512.
And BV512.
Wow.
That's it.
The trio.
Correct. Thank you.
A Reason
Thank you.
historian.
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
flesh.
That's right. I know.
Wow.
He's the
this
he's
is
like a
the
griot.
greatest party ever. Like, man, dude.
Yeah. No. So that was to 2.5. Like, I mean, these are now iconic things. Scream 4 and BB512 encoder, and so. And RV7000, I mean, come on, forget about it. So those things came out in 2.5, and that was the stuff when all of a sudden people were like, okay, I'm getting in on this stuff,
Right.
And people who had Reason 2 that at that point, they were probably feeling like, all right, I mean, I updated, but I didn't I'm not super wide. And then they got a free update to 2.5 with all like 3 of the devices that we probably all still use,
Right.
So,
yeah.
Yeah,
no, it was a while back. It was my senior year in high school.
Okay.
And this year would be my 20-year reunion. So
Yeah.
needless to say, it was a while back, but December of 2003 is when I started using it. I remember distinctively because that was when the Jay-Z had released the Black Album.
Yeah.
And he released the acapellas on vinyl. And remember, Danger Mouse did the Gray Album.
Right.
And so my cousin and I, we were working together as a production duo at the time. We got the vinyl, and we said we want to make the Black and Blue album. Those were the colors of our Right Tracks production duo at the time.
Yeah.
And we went into the basement over that winter break, and we made the Black and Blue album, and we cut our teeth on Reason. We were coming from Fruity Loops.
Okay.
I'm old school, Fruity Loops. So, and so that's where it got started.
I got you. I'm gonna shout out a couple of historical comments going on here. You don't see the comment field, but I'm gonna throw some stuff up on screen here.
Cool.
Jordan Scott points out 2.5, Reason 2.5, that was the version that came with those M-Box 2s. Remember the M-Box audio,
Wow. Yeah,
DigiDesign, audio interfaces? And there was a little version of Reason Adapted.
Wow, yep. I
Reason
remember that.
2.5, Adapted 2.5, came with the M-Boxes. And you are absolutely right that is what caused a ton of people to get in on Reason back in the day.
Wow.
You are correct. Here we go. Deval Sharif says, my 2.5 Reason box looked like it was unearthed in Egypt.
Wow.
Yeah. The people collect the boxes. I was never a box collector.
Wow.
But there are people that, there was a guy, he's a longtime Reason, I think it was him. I may be wrong in saying this was him, but I think it was him. Josh Mobley, who made some Reason demo songs, back in the day. And when I started working with the guys, I filmed with him at his studio in Pittsburgh. It was one of the first projects I did freelance. Yeah. I did a freelance project with them, and then I started kind of working, in a more regular way with them. And so Josh and I had this like connection that we knew each other. And I was over in Stockholm one time, and he's like, "Hey, could you do me a favor? Is there a Reason 3 box anywhere? Because that's the one I'm missing, and I've got all the other boxes, And and so I did. I found him I got him a Reason 3 box, and I sent him, I'm pretty sure, I hope I'm telling the story about the right person right now. I'm pretty sure it was Josh. I sent him another thing, which was, since you've been around since forever.
Yeah.
Do you remember, you may not remember. It's okay if you don't remember. Don't worry. But I made a video for the Blocks feature when it came out.
Okay.
And in the Blocks video that I made, I had this. I had this actress, this little girl actress, and she's like wheeling in like a box of toys to the living room, and she dumps it out, and then she starts playing with some blocks, they look like the letter blocks are like A, B, C alphabet blocks.
Yep.
And you see her playing with them, and then it kind of focuses in on them, and you realize the blocks say verse, chorus, bridge.
Wow, I think I remember this.
And that was sort of my little like hook.
Yeah.
Like content hook into talking about the feature. Anyway, I had to build these little like toy blocks, and I did that, and I had a few of them, and one of them went into this thing that they have over there called the Reason Museum, which is just their own little internal collection of like.
Oh, I have to see this.
Yeah, it's fun little things. It's like different things from over the years, awards they've won, and just kind of key things like that. And that was like, I remember being like, oh wow, they took my block and they put it as like it's part of their. They want it to be part of their story, and I had one of the other blocks that I used that I didn't need, and I sent it to Josh because I just at the time felt this like if anyone should have one of these collectible things, like Josh should have one. So I sent that one to Josh with his Reason 3 box.
That's awesome.
But
that's awesome.
But anyway, okay. But now here's what I want to know.
Yeah.
Because you're in Atlanta. You say you're down in Atlanta. You're doing your thing.
Mm-hmm.
Atlanta's not a bad place to be.
Oh yeah, no, I love the A.
What got you out of Atlanta and got you to Los Angeles? What was that transition?
At the time, it felt like a lot of people I was working with in Atlanta had started moving to LA.
Okay,
a lot of them did, but I went to Mississippi. So just to give some context, my wife did grad school in Mississippi.
Okay.
So we left Atlanta after she graduated. She was back home for a bit, and then she was like, "Hey, I want to go to Ole Miss." So we moved there, and I knew that I wanted to make LA the next move after there. I didn't want to go back to Atlanta. I at the time I felt like I had maxed all of kind of like the relationships I built there, and just kind of like wanted that fresh new territory, a new kind of like terrain to explore.
Right.
And so that's kind of like, that was the move. So my lease was up there. I said, cool, we'll go here for 2 years while you knock out this program.
Yep.
And literally 4 days after she graduated, a week after she graduated, we drove 4 days to LA.
Wow.
And but Atlanta's my second home. I miss it. We contemplate moving back every week. So
spoken like a true Californian.
Yeah. So
I mean, this is like, I don't know anyone like I'm up in Northern California, but like there's this thing. Someone said one time, I was reading an article. It was about San Francisco, and they said San Francisco is like a mechanical bull. You climb on, and you just see how long you can hold on before it throws you off. You know?
Right.
And like, I feel like that's true of so much of California, where it's like you just like, okay, I'm still here. I've been here, whatever. I've been here 20 years. You know, it hasn't thrown me off yet.
Right.
But oh man, it's starting to go fast.
Yeah. No, I love it here. It's been good it's been really good to me. But yeah.
Well, tell the folks. I guess this is where I'm gonna ask you if you wouldn't mind to brag, or at least name drop or something. I'd love for folks to kind of know a little bit of maybe some, you don't have to give us your whole your discogs, but like what is some of the stuff that maybe you are most proud of, or the stuff where, or maybe like a milestone or two where you were like, I did this thing, and that was the moment that that was the moment that opened this door for me, or that was the moment that so-and-so recognized me, and I can connect the dots now and realize that was pretty significant or something.
Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, so a lot of people know me originally, depending on, I've been fortunate to be in this game for a while now, but my cousin and I worked with an early Big Sean, going back to 2006. His first album came out 2011.
Yeah.
So, working with him over the course of those 5 years and producing that music. And so like that'll always be a proud thing for me, because you get to see, at the time he was unsigned.
Yeah.
He kind of like had a promise from Kanye to sign him.
Oh.
And so,
I've seen some video clips of him like freestyling in the school parking lot and
yeah,
stuff.
Yeah. That went viral again recently.
Did it? Oh, right.
Yeah. But so that's cool to, work with an artist from the ground up, to where like no one knows the name, and like you have to do this whole explaining speech to like now where everybody knows.
Did you know? I mean, because at that time, I imagine you're, to some extent, as a producer, you're working with anyone you can, but you kind of are open to like all talent,
right?
And in some way, you probably, I would imagine, have to view that with a certain open-minded agnosticism of like, any of this could hit. Who knows? How do I know what's going to hit and what's not? But I would imagine maybe at the same time, did you have a sense of like, no, he's got something that's like, he's got it.
Yeah. So there definitely was like this commercial appeal that I heard in like the way he was rapping. It was different from a lot of other people in the city. And he gave what I like a lot is just like witty bars and like punchlines.
Yes.
That's my favorite personal type of rap. And like, so it was very clever, like with the lines and stuff. And so, but you could just hear like his voice, his delivery, the cadence.
Yeah.
Like they was special. It was different. And then also he had just, met Kanye, had, he showed a picture of like him wearing Kanye's Rockefeller chain, and he was like, he said he wants to sign me. So like there was promise from like that aspect as well.
Right.
And so it made sense to, devote time to it.
That makes sense. Yeah. Right. So in terms of, it was an easy thing for you to be like, if I'm placing my bets, like I'm gonna be open to anything, but I'm gonna put a few more chips over here.
Right.
Time chips, effort chips,
Yeah.
Vision and artistry chips. Yeah. I gotcha.
Yeah. So that was cool. I got a chance to work on the Juneteenth episode of Blackish. And that was kind of like monumental in that I know Tim Cook is going on record saying like that caused him to add Juneteenth to the Apple calendar.
Really?
Which, then, starts like a larger conversation about the holiday and helps even, later on as it became a national holiday.
Yeah.
Just all these small little things that help. And so we like to think that, that episode played a small part. And so,
I mean, and, if I'll big it up a little bit here, that's not, I mean, I don't want to. The last thing I want to do is make Tim Cook the reason that we, Juneteenth has made it. But, Apple does have a certain amount of influence in terms of these, and the broader thing is like with things, with anything that's related to progress, we're like, we're making sort of awareness progress, and we're making social progress in the world. Like there are these like dominoes that fall, and they tend to fall in clusters close together.
Right.
And so, it's not a stretch to say that in some small form, they are an influential domino in that little cluster.
Without question.
Because there was that moment that Juneteenth kind of went from like some niche sort of like minority like activist kind of like, hey, we need this, we need this recognition, it's important, and then it kind of, I mean, at least in California and sort of the the liberal circles I run, it seems to have been like, now that's a thing for sure. That's every bit as important as any other sort of important holiday that marks something of that significance. And so I think that's awesome that you can sort of feel that it's like I was the domino that leaned on that domino that leaned on those other dominoes that
Yeah, no, I mean, somebody put it like that was like the one for the culture, like you can have a number one record, but like it was more significant outside of like any type of like traditional commercial success, so that and outside of that,
that's awesome.
Oh yeah, there's one that's more recent. I did an online class last year with studio.com where I kind of like show my whole process of writing, producing a song from scratch, all in Reason. And the song I had end up with at the end of the class, I called my buddy Javante, who's an amazing artist. I was like, yo, I'd love for you to cut this record because I want and put it out. He did that. We put it out. That had success, got on some editorial playlists, Spotify, Apple. And so I was really happy with that. But now the song has caught like the ear of a choreographer. I got to shout this guy out, Daniel for show. And he did a dance to it. And I guess he's huge in the dance choreography community around the world. And so now every week I get a ping on my phone with a new like choreography, like somebody from Asia, Germany, China, South Korea. Like it's literally been about like maybe like 12 countries of just like people doing these videos with this choreography off of this song.
That is awesome.
So that's kind of like special because I woke up that morning not even having something. Did it, fleshed it out, and now, it's turned into this thing.
I interviewed Prince Board, who was the musical director for Black Eyed Peas, right? He talked about that sort of self-reflective moment. He I don't know to what degree I hope he's got a share of the publishing, but he wrote at least I know the intro chords and the chord progression for the Black Eyed Peas song "Where's the Love."
Oh wow,
and, it begins with this set of chords,
right?
And he talks about he talked in his interview about this idea that like he was like, it hit me. I was on stage in like Kuala Lumpur, stadium of 30,000 people, and they're all freaking out. And I'm playing these chords that I just woke up one day and played them. Just I could have gone for coffee first. I could have turned on the TV. I could have checked my email. And instead, I got out of bed and I played 4 chords. And here's where I am now. And like you have those moments where you go, holy shit. These
it's a trip. That's like the biggest trip is, anything that starts off is just like a small thing that is just that about. And then seeing the world know about it. I love that feeling.
That is cool. That's cool. And listen, as someone who has made his fair share of educational content in this world, I like
amazing content. by the way, I just have to put that out there. The production on these videos over the years, even where you just talk about the blocks,
but the thing I have, there's been these little like ancillary benefits to doing that stuff, some of that stuff. And one of the first ones that blew my mind was I started making more music than I'd been making the previous years because I had to. I was like, I got to make a beat for this video. And it's like, and I don't want it to suck because I don't want people to be like, man, like,
I'm not getting that.
He knows how to use the synth, but he makes shit with it, So like I kind of was putting the pressure on myself to like, I at least got to make a passable good tune, you know? And all of a sudden I started making all these, I was like, oh shit. Like, know, and so I sort of love, I'm a firm believer that like whatever gets you the tune you know, if you got to make a video that teaches something to get to a good song that you're proud of, like, okay, that's your process. That's great, you know? So I sort of love that connective thread as well, that you created this piece that now is kind of has its own momentum. Yeah. That really was coming out of more the like, well, I need something to illustrate my point. Right. You know?
No.
That's awesome.
Crazy
that's awesome.
how it all works out.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you, just as someone who's been in two major metro areas for music production, Atlanta and, well, I mean, historically Detroit too.
Yeah,
I mean, like, forget about
Definitely can't discount Motown.
Can't discount. That's right. But you know, working and sort of hustling in Atlanta and Los Angeles, does it feel like two cities of the same scene, or they have their own flavor and feel in terms of the way that you approach it as a producer, looking for opportunities and collaborations and all that?
Yeah, I think, you know, LA, it's Tinseltown, so it's always going to be TV and film first. Yeah. But that has a huge impact on the music here, and the music opportunities. Right. You know, and so naturally I've come into tons of, even with, you know, Blackish, you know, like, that allowed me to be on set at the Disney lot with the cast working on it. It's different from, like, you know, and there's a lot of stuff that shoots in Atlanta now too, you know, shout out Tyler Perry and his massive complex.
I mean, come on. Yeah.
Right. I would say that, you know, I think that LA probably has, so many different genres that are here. Atlanta has a focus on R&B, rap, country as well. Yeah. Just because, you know, in the South, but Atlanta has the same global impact that LA does. Because of just like the impact and reach of those genres that are coming out of there. Right. So yeah, in terms of like differences, it's really kind of, I would say very similar. I think it's easier to connect with people in Atlanta, I believe. Mm-hmm. The music community feels like a little more close knit. Right. But then there's people there that can say, like, you know, it's not that easy. It's hard. So I think it's all about what you make of it where you are.
I went to a party when I lived in LA years ago, and I went to this party. I think it was being billed as the after party for the MTV Video Music Awards. Okay. And I got an invite, and I was like, hell yeah, I'm gonna go. I was doing documentary work at the time and stuff, and I was like, yeah, you know. So I went there, and I'm talking to someone schmoozing at the party, but the whole time I'm talking to them, I'm doing this. Like, I'll talk to you, but is there anyone I should be talking to, you know? Right. And I caught myself doing it. And once I caught myself doing it, I then looked around the room again, and I realized it's like, have you seen those videos of meerkats, like, where they're all like, doing the whole room was doing it. Like, we all didn't want to be talking to whoever the fuck we were talking to because we were trying to network our way to the better connection. Right. And I was like, oh, we are the lame. And then you realize, like, in fact, at that moment, I was like, I don't even think we're at the VMA official after party. I think we're at the people that, like, this 23-year-old kid got the invite and thought he was actually going to be, like, you know, schmoozing with Scorsese or something. It's like, no, we're the total overflow crowd, you know, the B list, D list, not even the K list, you know. Right. And so, but what I have, that was a profound thing for me that made me realize that, like, for one thing, the official places where you network are usually never the places where your networking connections happen. Yep. And the other thing I realized is that when you have a saturated entertainment town, there's something that gets lost in the singular ambition that in Atlanta, and I know it's true, even in New York, which is a big town, but like it's still kind of, you know, the world's biggest small town kind of mentality. But in small towns, you know, and this is true for bands and small town scenes and stuff, there's this inherent idea that we all will succeed together if we work together. Yeah. And then a couple of those people will peel off and go to Los Angeles for themselves, and you end up with a town of, like, I'm going to pull this off for myself. And it just changes the culture and the mindset. So it doesn't surprise me that Atlanta had a little more of a collaborative nature to it. That makes sense.
Yeah. And to your point, something that's interesting is a lot of the success I've had, if I trace back the origin, it's from unlikely, like, connections. It's never, there's like a couple cases where, like, it came from, like, a cliche. You meet like this big person and get this opportunity, but like it's from like with Big Sean. It was a mutual friend that we ran into at a gas station that happened to know his buddy that was rapping, and Kanye was looking at him, and I thought it was bullshit.
Right.
When he said it, and then.
I'm gonna hold you on one second. Marcus is calling in with another remote feed. We're gonna bring him in here.
Nice.
And just see what he's trying to show us here. So hang on a second, guys. Marcus is coming in. I'm gonna switch the camera. Remote feed. Oh God. Gosh, that's loud. Okay. Sorry that I just blew up your ears, guys, with that feed. I'm gonna turn it down a little bit here. All right. Marcus is just giving us a live pan of the room in the other control room. I like it. You know what I love now? We just talked about like these rooms where everybody's like looking for who else they could be talking to.
Yeah.
That's probably going on back there.
It's the nature of the beast.
There are people back there being like, who should I be talking to? Because I'm talking to this friendly person who could be, and like you're saying, you never know which one of those connections is going to be the thing that actually, turns into something. Yeah, I hope everybody out there is just leaving themselves open to the
This is a different room tonight. I can say that.
Is that right?
This is a room of like fellow making music nerds that are just all encouraging.
Oh, that's great.
And loving and supporting each other.
That's great. Yeah.
Rare occurrence.
So, listen, Hilton. Oh, jeez, I should not. That was a really big. That was a pretty bassy little. Actually, it was kind of a good sub.
Yeah,
Somebody sample this.
Sample that. Yeah.
Yeah, sample that, guys. Okay, I want to hear the beat, like in a couple days that you made from this. Okay,
that'd be crazy. That'd be crazy.
But listen, we've got some other folks kind of hanging out with us here, and I'm gonna see if anybody else might want to jump in the chair and hang. It's been so fun chatting with you.
Yeah, likewise, man.
Tell you what, if you're hanging around, I'm looking forward to when I'm out of this my chair and hanging with everybody here. Yeah. I am gonna go into that other room, and so and then we can have some more hangs. So,
I'll be there, man.
Yeah, I love it.
Shout out to everybody.
All right, cool. Well, folks, I'm going to check in with the chats here, and then I'm going to I guess I'm just going to kind of like throw it out to if there's anybody here that's wanting to jump in the chair and chat with me. We'll go ahead and do it. Oh wait, Mattias is walking by. Is that him? No. I thought you were running for the chair. Like I want in. Guys, I'm gonna check in with the chat here, just see what's going on here. I want to hear the banjo. I didn't bring the banjo. I thought about bringing the banjo, and I didn't bring it. So noisy sub. Right, that's. It's like got a noise. I'm telling you, there is a good sample there. I'm not. I believe it. Holosound says, I want to be there. Reason Gang Central. Yeah, the Reason Gang is, guys, the Reason Gang is here. That's we got folks in the room here behind me throwing up hands. Reason Gang is here. Yeah. But let's see. Wait here. No, I'm going to do it. Reason to tracks owed me from. No, don't know what's going on there. I have to read these comments in real time, and if I don't understand them, I don't throw them up because then I don't know what's going on here. Holosound says 100% sample challenge accepted. Yeah, Holosounds do that. That's great. That's good. I will sit in. Learn Reason says I will sit in. Is there a Learn Reason folk in the? No, not in the room. Okay. Some people like Chris was in the room commenting on the live stream comments feed. So Reason Gang is strong. Hell yeah, it is. A Major Keys. So yeah, guys. Well, listen. I'm just gonna my chair is here, and I'm just gonna throw it out there. If anybody wants to sit down and have a chat with me, that's all I got. My only agenda is chat having. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. Now I'm going to throw to my. Well, I'll throw the singular. Now, just here's a little. If you want headphones, there's a set of headphones there. You don't have to have. If you can hear me fine, and you don't want them, you don't have to have them.
I'll put one on. Sure, like I'm in the studio. Put one here on.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, man?
What's up, man? Surprise!
All right, listen for the folks at home.
Man.
Let's introduce you here. So give a shout out to everyone. Let's know.
Man, what's up, Reason Gang, Reason World, man? This your boy Phonix Beats back at it again with your boy Ryan and Reason Studios in this amazing event right now, and These guys actually came to LA. I'm shocked.
You know, it's funny. So it's funny. I've been seeing you sitting over there, but because I've been focusing on everybody that I had, I literally. This is the second time. I'm going to tell a mediumly short story.
Okay.
Because this is the second time this has happened today, and now I'm like, shit. Do I need to like go to a doctor and get something looked at? Because okay, so here's what happened. Earlier today, I'm walking to get coffee. I'm going to tell a story about Maya, who's part of our team here.
Okay.
I'm walking to get coffee, and I'm just walking down the sidewalk. And as I'm walking, a lady starts walking down the stairs and passing me on the sidewalk. And she goes, hello there. And I go, hello. And then my brain's like, that's a friendly random lady. And then I realized it's Maya, who I've worked with for years. And
oh my God.
But I was so, my brain was so not in the mindset of like, people that I know are in the vicinity, and so like my facial recognition part of my brain just was like disabled. And with Maya, I see her on Zoom. I don't see her in 3D, you know. So like there was this whole like thing. So like it was this weird moment my brain had where I was like, "Oh, hello, friendly lady," and then all of a sudden like the brain like it snapped and it was like, "Oh shit, it's Maya! Jesus Christ!" You know,
I know you.
Yeah. So the same exact thing just happened. I was like, I've been seeing you hanging out over there, and then all of a sudden, you know, it was like, "Boom! Oh, Phonix Beats! Wait." You know,
like, have I seen you before?
So
like,
now I'm feeling like, no, okay, there is maybe something pathologically wrong with me. I mean, I should get this looked at. I don't know what's going on. How are you doing though, man?
I'm doing great, man. How about yourself?
I am good. So for the folks watching, you know, I'm just gonna say, so we have not met in person.
I know, right?
We did a Zoom like a live stream together, which was hella fun.
Yeah. It started like the end of COVID, so you know things were still a little bit tricky. I was locked up in the cave at Aftermath for a while. So,
and then and the thing that I'll just share with the audience that like you know I'll get every now and again I get these calls, and it's Phonix on the phone. He'll go, yo, I'm coming up to San Francisco. I'm on the flight page right now. I'm on the booking page. I'm going to come up. I'm in 2 days. I'm booking a studio. We're going to hang out in the studio. I want to show you some stuff. I got some stuff to talk to you about. You know, and usually when you've done that, it's been within like, I'll be coming down to LA like within 2 weeks and I'll be like, I mean, you're welcome to do that. But like, I'll be down there. Like you can save yourself, you know, the flight or whatever, you know, and then we'll make a plan. And then, you know, things now, it's like your schedule, my schedule. Then those things don't work out. And then like, you know, 8 months will go by and then I'll get a call and be like, okay, I'm on the page. Like, like tomorrow we're gonna get some sushi, and then we're gonna go to the studio.
Yeah,
you know,
we gotta
like,
do it. The Reason alignment.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, we're waiting for it to happen.
So I love it. It's like, you know,
I'm still gonna make it up there at some point, man. It's it's been a little crazy.
Always welcome up there. But I'm glad that we get to actually now finally, you know, meet, you know, in a face-to-face way.
Yeah, absolutely, man. You know, welcome to LA again as you know, probably your team time.
Yeah,
but,
well, you know, but it's always fun to come down here. It's such a, you know, I know the NorCal SoCal thing. Like, there's a thing actually I've heard. People up in Northern California have this like SoCal, like, you know, like rivalry thing.
You know, it used to be more aggressive.
Yeah.
I'm more so one of the advocates that's fought for that because I used to actually live in the Bay. So you know, being from LA and then living in the Bay as long as I did, you know, I was just like, come on, you guys gotta get off that, man.
Right.
Like,
that's how I feel. Yeah.
Matter of fact, I got one of the producers I brought tonight. His name is Soundtrack. He's actually from Oakland. So you know, I travel with a lot of guys with the Bay.
It's all the same.
Time, you know.
It's a 5-hour drive. Why are we making it a different region? You know.
Well, I'll be fair, man. In the East Coast, man, you drive 5 hours. You went through like 5 states.
That's true. That's right. That's right.
You know, you get to the Bay and you're like, there's still 15 more hours of the same.
Exactly.
Like,
that's right. And here it's like the only thing between those places an in and out and a Tesla charging station. And like, you know, yeah. For sure.
Right, absolutely.
Yeah.
I love In-N-Out, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, you know, who doesn't? It's an institution. But so, could you? I'm going to ask you kind of a similar thing that I asked Hilton as well, which is like, it's more fun for me if you could share some of your credits or milestones with the folks rather than me just like, you know, reading your Wikipedia page out loud to people or your Discogs, you know. So
nah, got you.
What is some stuff that people, I mean, because people know your work.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm going to give you the open door to, you can brag, and because I told you to brag rather than just doing it.
Well, given I've previously in some of the other interviews we've done or podcasts, however you want to word it, I've mentioned, I was at that time I was working on Dr. Dre and some other stuff that he had going on for Grand Theft Auto, which obviously came out, and we did all that stuff, and
right,
in the past I'm well known for obviously doing J. Cole, No Role Models, that's one of the timeless records he has, and shout out to him. He's just such a great guy. What
is that like? I mean, because that was, am I correct to say that was your breakout, right? Like that put you kind of on the map in terms of like it was undeniable now. Like,
well, there's no turning back with a record like that.
Yeah, there's no turning back. Right.
I've done stuff in the past. Like I helped. Cultivate a lot of artists, from the Schoolboy Q's, the Kendricks, all that, when Kendrick was K. Dot, you know what I'm saying? And, I've done the D Smokes, I've done Bryson Tiller, Let Me Explain, the Trey songs.
Okay.
From day one, I still love working with my guy, Jeremiah. That's one of my favorite artists to work with. Great guy, insane talented. A lot of people don't know he's really a musical genius in his own outright.
Is that right?
Yeah, man. He produces, he's a songwriter, but he's also an artist. So it's like, my father always used to tell me, like, I can't wait to see you work with, songwriters and artists that bring to the table what you bring to the table.
Yeah, right.
He's one of the guys amongst a few guys I like. But, outside of that, I've worked with a little bit of everybody. Game, Stat Quo from back in the day. I've done film stuff, TV stuff, like Bel Air. I worked on some of that stuff. The list goes on.
No, the list goes on. That's when that sort of stuff I love. It's like you have forgotten more artists that you've worked with than some people have worked with in their career. I mean, that is impressive. A comment I'm just gonna throw up here. DL, I'll throw it up again. Since working with Dr. Dre seems like it would be great musically. Congratulations on getting that opportunity. And I would imagine it probably was great musically. Absolutely. I also imagine, and I'm going to ask the question, knowing that Dre is probably very guarded about how he talks about this work process.
Right.
But I'm going to guess that it is a wonderful opportunity that also comes with a certain amount of pressure because you're stepping into a legacy. It's like. I could make any number of sports analogies of like you get drafted to play on the franchise like team that like that's been just like winning all these championships and stuff. Like there's a little pressure like I gotta live up to the organization I'm a part of now and stuff. So does that pressure drive creativity or does it hinder? Like do you take fewer risks in the fact of like. I don't know. It seems like I can imagine there would be a little bit of a like at first an adjustment period to be like getting back to your true self because you are trying to fit into the Dre world.
Yeah.
And then you got to be like, wait, but I'm here because of me, and I gotta like.
Yeah. It's an interesting balance. I mean, we're all talented in our own outright respective feelings, and being around him has just been such a great thing. For me, was there pressure? I mean, fuck yeah, man. There's always pressure. I mean, but the question is, does it affect your performance? For me, it didn't. For me, I embraced the challenge. I'm always looking for room to grow. I'm always looking for that next thing that takes me over the edge.
Yeah.
One of the things I've talked to about a lot of people is just being excited.
Yeah.
For me, music needs to always be interesting. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And, working with him amongst other people as well it's a blessing to work with people that care about it on a whole nother playing field.
Yeah.
They push you to recognize places of yourself that you knew were there, but it seemed far-fetched in some ways, and some things you weren't paying attention to in detail that way. So
I had a friend who worked on he was a engineer working. There was a producer named Guy Sigsworth who did a bunch of like Bjork and
Bjork,
he did a Britney Spears record. He did a bunch of things, but my friend was his sort of right-hand engineer guy for a number of years, and they came out here to work on an Alanis Morissette record. And one of my favorite things they did is they took Alanis Morissette out to a karaoke bar, and they only programmed in Alanis Morissette songs to make her sing Alanis Morissette karaoke, because they got excited every time she sang it. They were like, it sounds just like Alanis Morissette, you know? And so was
her right hand in her pocket? No, I'm just playing.
That's right. I don't want to tell you what then went on in the theater, but I always wonder when you're working with someone that is like, you know, a Dre, it's like a voice we know. You know, do you have that moment where you go like, holy shit, this guy sounds just like Dr. Dre? Like, you know, you know?
No, absolutely. I mean, well, I guess to rephrase it, for me, it's a trip sometimes when, you know, we work with so many people, you become familiar with all the tones and stuff, but you know, it's when he gives you his classic inflections just speaking, you're just like, oh shit, this is this is Dr. Dre, bro. Like, you know, it's pretty crazy. But when you get past that, I mean, luckily I grew up around everybody, you know. You know, I grew up around the Jackson family to some degree. You know, I grew up around a lot of people.
I'm glad you mentioned that.
So, you know, I wasn't really respectfully, I wasn't starstruck by too many people as I got older.
Right.
You know, I could just walk in the room and say, hey, what do we have to do?
Right.
You know, I only really truly get excited of people that I like admired their work, you know, for me. And so, you know, Dr. Dre is definitely in my top, you know, top slot for sure as far as like inspiration and let's
give people the little family lesson here, because you are you know, it's like, you know, in the medieval times, it was like my father was a cobbler and I'm a cobbler and his grandfather was a cobbler.
The seventh of Earl.
That's right. You know? Yeah. So I mean, you. This is a family industry or a family talent that has been passed down.
It's a family heirloom.
Yeah. Can you tell people a little bit about how you grew up?
Yeah, for sure, man. I grew up. I was the kid of two musicians that decided to be even more genius and create a child together. You know, my father, he's produced everything from, you know, Michael Jackson, Off the Wall, to, you know, Bad, you know, We Are the World, etc.
Yeah.
You know, and then my mom, you know, she was part of New Power Soul, which was like the new revamped version of New Power Generation. So like, you know, she was singing with Stevie Wonder my whole life, you know. So like literally I would get picked up from school and I'd have to go to rehearsal with my mom, and I'd be sitting in there and Stevie's like, hey, Marvin, where Darius at? You know what I'm saying? And she'd have to like walk me over there and be like, hey man, how you doing, man? And I'm just like, oh my God, this is mommy's friend. But
that's incredible.
You know, you don't really realize at that age, you know, and then you grow up and you're like, Mom, who's this guy singing? And she's like, that's Stevie, man. And you're like, oh.
Wow.
Okay, so I've been around these people, you know, and then, you know, I've been I was the kid that left school and went straight to the studio every day.
Okay.
You know, you know, when I got in trouble at home, I had to do piano lessons all day and all night, you know, piano exercises, excuse me. You know, so like those were my punishments. So you got to read a 5,000 page manual on the Akai 3000 sampler since you want to mess up, you know, and I can just run all day about, you know, my dad's keen mind of punishment, you know, but, you know, it really shaped me to be who I am today. So, you know, as I got older and I started working with people, you know, of course I went through my own version of stuff that, you know, everybody has what they have to go through in the beginning.
There's something I've talked to artists, and I've talked to people that I don't know what to call them other than still up and coming, still struggling, still hustling, trying to kind of like find their way through.
Yeah.
There's a thing I have talked to them about, the same topic, and they have vastly different perspectives on it. And it's this. When someone who is, for lack of any kinder way to say this, struggling in obscurity, when someone they know finds success, they feel, they get triggered and they feel lowered by it. We're like, what are the odds? I will take music out of the equation. It's like you want to be an actor, and you're the girl that you went to high school with just got a part in a huge movie. what are the odds that you're going to get a big part in a movie now? She's the one that got the 1 in a million shot
Right.
from your high school. She's the one that made it good. And God damn it, it's not going to happen.
Right.
That's the mindset. I've talked to a number of people, and it's common of people that are still in that hustle and struggle and hasn't had their break yet moment.
Right.
And people that have had their break have the opposite thing, which is that when in that same exact scenario, the way that they would react to that is they'd see the girl from their high school got the part in the big movie, and they go, so it's possible.
Right.
If she did it, then I can do it.
Because I went to the same school.
Yeah, because And it's just like, just knowing that it is achievable, and it fuels them.
Right.
And so I'm thinking about you growing up, and being around all of that.
Right.
It sounds like you were almost raised on that mindset of like, it's possible, and like, there's no, I mean, it's not to say that you were inevitable, but to say that you saw on a day-to-day basis that you show up for the work, you put in your passion.
That's what happens.
And and that's what, and it can be what happens, And,
well, that's funny you say it that way because, a lot of people think because I come from that, I had it easy.
Okay.
I didn't. It wasn't as easy as most people would. Like Dr. Dre's kids don't have it easy.
Right.
I'm gonna be honest. Like, you still are your own person. You have your own identity, and musically, you still have to put your imprint in the world,
right?
No matter what. It's an heirloom.
And I think I remember I remember you saying when we had our live stream that your dad was pretty. He had a certain amount of like, no, you're like, I'm not going to put in some calls and open some doors and grease the wheels.
Right. So what he was saying was at that time, because my father, he's awesome. He passed, unfortunately.
Oh,
I appreciate it. But he passed in about 2 years ago. But he was 73. So it's like, I had an older father. So my father is he was born in 1949.
Okay, yeah.
So, by the time he was in his 20s, it was the 70s. My dad had already had, his first real success at that time, playing with Bill Withers and playing with Marvin Gaye. Like my dad played on "I Want You" with Marvin Gaye and all the hits with Marvin Gaye at that. So, by the time I was even born, he was a lot older. So, him calling, it's not realistic to ask your dad to call Juvenile if you want to get on Cash Money album or, to call Snoop Dogg or call this person. He's from another era that influenced all that stuff.
Yeah.
So, where most people can say, hey, well, Dad, you're first generation behind me. Even though my father was my father, he was about a good 2-3 generations behind what I was actually currently doing.
Yeah, okay.
So I had to actually go outside and experience what everybody else did. Right. It's just I had the advantage musically where I grew up a certain particular way, and I'm kind of like the movie Taken, where I have a specific particular skill set.
I was wondering where you're going with the Taken. I was like,
and if you cross me, you're gonna experience it.
Yeah. Call up A&R people, and I will find you.
I'm outside with a beat machine. You better pay me now.
That's right.
I'll send my engineer after you immediately.
That's a useful, I don't know why the music industry doesn't have more of that.
I know, right?
The bookies got the guys that'll go, collect those sort of things, but the music industry needs some of that
But
stuff.
I didn't have it as easy, but, the journey was amazing. The journey is still amazing.
Yeah.
And I'm a student of the game, man. Those are the things that I learned is to, always stay where everything else is at, but always remember where you are. Where you are is not where everybody else is sometimes.
Right.
So it's more the lessons, the theory I got from, my family that has gotten me where I'm at today.
I talked
outside of my hard work.
I was talking to a really big pop producer.
Yeah.
And we were talking about sort of the nature of pop music, and he was talking about this idea that like, you have to be ahead of the curve, because by the time your thing's coming out, if you look at what's charting right now and you go, okay, that's the sound that's kind of like, the thing, I'll do one of those. Game over. Nope. Late.
You know what's funny? I can build off that, and I'm sure streaming, radio, and advertisements are gonna like really freaking hate me right now. But my dad always told me, man, and this is a gem for all the world. The moment you hear something on radio and on commercials, that sound is compromised. It's over.
Yeah. Yeah.
So why are we chasing to do something that's already been exploited already. Like,
right.
Do something else. Be creative. I feel like that's what separated the older generations is that, you can have 100 artists in the room and they all have 100 identities.
Right.
Now you have, 100 producers and 90 of them all do the same thing. They quantize the same way. They're all using the same DAW. They're all using the same drum kit. They're all getting samples from the same guys.
Right.
The sample guys are sharing the same samples they gave Phonix Beats with this other guy named Beats. And it's just like, it's cap, man. It's like, the originality needs to be more aggressive. I feel like everybody has it in them.
I totally get that. And we all just experienced a great example of the you got to do your own thing, which is Beyonce's Texas Hold'em. That thing opens up with the folks who watch me on the stream, they love to sort of embrace my banjo playing and make fun of it at the same time, which I get because it's banjo.
I mean, send me some banjo loops. I'll sample those shits right now.
But see, this is what I'm saying. So, I'm not gonna say it came out of left field. Yeah. But it came out of left field. It's not. She didn't go I'm gonna do the that banjo thing that's sweeping the world right now. It really kind of was a.
Well, is it really left field, or did she just pull out another crayon out the crayon box?
Well, right, right. Yes.
People want to play with the same color. There's a whole lot more.
Right. Right. That's absolutely true. And I love it. And I actually, it's funny you say, send me some stuff. I'll flip that stuff. Shout out Justin Williams. Justin Williams, a friend of the channel and just a Reason Gang friend. He's been texting me for a while. He's like, you got to send me some your banjo stuff. I'll mess with that. I'll make some beats out of that. Yeah. And I have procrastinated on that. And so, Justin, if I'm the reason that you didn't just produce Texas Hold'em, I will say we both lost out on that one. But
he was branding right there. I'm the reason. But
that's right. That's right. Oh yeah. Kingpin Ronan says in the chat, banjo sample session now. You know what? Maybe I should just have a live stream where I just play in random stuff, grab a couple of my banjos. Listen, honestly, throw it in the chat. If that would be of use to you guys, that I would just play random stuff on a live stream and you guys can chop it and flip it and do whatever you want with it.
Call it the load up sessions. Just, you just load it up and give everybody access to it.
Yeah, just use it. It's splice in real time, It's but this is the Briggs comes in with something like kazoo versus banjo, tough choice. See, that's the people. I don't think you're genuine. I think you're making fun of that banjo. Let's check in what's going on here. We've been playing a game here, Phonix, where I turn up the DJ for 2 seconds. Okay. Where so that the DCMA, or DMCA, the copyright strike doesn't get us, but we see if we can guess the song in just 2 seconds. So let's see what's going on here. Okay. Anyone got it? You're gonna get it? You got it, Chris?
It's J. Cole.
What is it? Oh, you just you don't know. You don't know. Okay. He doesn't know. Oh man. I gotta say I wish I well here, wait. Maybe no, it's gonna be too much of a pain in the ass to do this. I can't flip these around. But no, right. we got a nice little room here of people hanging out in the studio. Yeah. It's a good vibe. I was telling some other folks, maybe it was when you were in here already. I was saying this is so my scene. At parties, I always try and find the breakout room and
right.
hang out in the chill room. It's like, and I've somehow managed to make my own chill room. Where people come to me, I just get to hang out and we can shoot the shit, and I don't have to stand in that room, and go what and what? Yeah, no, it was 4, or whatever like this. Ugh.
Nah, I mean, this is amazing, man. I mean, to see, you guys pull this off again, and it just keeps getting better and better. My only request is can we get a festival like Reason Fest or something like that?
You know what? I'm with you there. There was a period of time I built. I get to lay claim a little bit to some of the Reason lore. I built the world's biggest drum machine. We made when Kong came out way back in Reason 5.
Oh, I remember that.
This PR company came and pitched this video concept where they had like, the concept artwork on a slide presentation, and they had this like big dance floor, like 16 grid, like drum thing that with people dancing on it, playing drums.
I remember those things.
Yeah.
I remember that.
So
Yeah.
they had this concept artwork. They're like, we'll build this and we'll project Kong onto skyscrapers in Stockholm. And they were doing this whole thing. And I was like, okay, that's a cool idea. But then in the presentation, the concept artwork had the steps that they were stepping up were lighting up like Billie Jean.
I was just about to say Billie Jean. Yeah. You beat me to it. Yeah.
So they're giving the presentation, and the guys giving the presentation, they go, obviously we're not going to be able to have the steps light up. And I'm sitting in the room and I go, no, they have to. They have to light up because first of all, Billie Jean, come on. Second of all, like it's supposed to look like Kong, and Kong lights up when you press the thing. So I was like, no, it must. Like, you guys got to figure that one out. And for whatever reason, everybody left that room and went, okay, Ryan seems really like dedicated to making that happen. So let's just tell him to build the drum machine. And so I did. I built it in San Francisco. I flew. I had to check 12 checked luggages of this modular aluminum framing system. I built the whole thing with force-sensitive resistors and some of the what's that stuff called? I used a technology called fidgets, but it was that same Arduino. There was this whole little thing called Arduino. It was like this geek technology that could build these things. And anyway, what was my point in this? My point was... World's biggest drum machine. Why was I telling this dumb story, Chris? Chris, bail me out. Wait, I had a point.
You're awesome and you built the
Jesus, that was not my point.
Yeah,
that was not my point.
Yeah. There we go. We got the Elon Musk of Reason all up in here right now.
No.
We got Reason Musk right here.
I had a real point. That's hysterical, though.
Yes, this is water.
Oh, you guys. Okay, listen. Here is. Yeah. Okay. Forget wherever I was going with that.
That's okay.
I have another question.
Come on, man. We friends, man. We've been doing this for a long time now. It's all good. We're gonna figure it out.
What I want to know about now is because you've got when I was in town for NAMM, I stopped by your new digs.
Oh, you made it.
Oh yeah, I know.
Yeah, that was my fault that I wasn't there, but I mean.
That's okay. We met your friends over there too, but
Yeah.
But I want to. I mean, without disclosing probably location.
Well, yeah, I got stuck in Paris for a little while, but it's fine.
But what can you tell me about the space that you got cooking up there and kind of how that is?
Yeah, man. So my brothers Mike and Keys. I'm sure the Reason World is also very familiar with those guys.
Yeah.
So we all decided to open up a studio together. We've been working together off and on for pretty much close to almost 20 years.
Yeah.
So I always had my spot, and it's a small story behind it because it's just so funny how this kept happening, and we just finally did it. I opened up I called DJ Khalil when I first really made my first big amount of money. And of course it was a Reason track. I got to throw that in there. I made enough, and I was like, DJ Khalil, I've never had this much money in my life, man. Like, what do I do? And he was like, buy a studio, duh. And I was like, that's right. I was like, you're right. So I go to Hollywood, buy this studio, man, and then Mike and Keys call me, and they're like, yeah, me, Nip, and Keys just got a studio with DJ Quick in Hollywood. And I'm like, wait a minute, where?
Yeah.
And they're right down the street from me.
Oh, wow.
So then fast forward about 4, almost 5 years later, I had a studio in North Hollywood on Cahuenga in Burbank, and they're like, hey, man, we just got a studio on Magnolia and Cahuenga. And I'm like, you're a block away again.
Yeah.
So I'm like, man, we might as well just get a studio, man. I'm tired of just being a block away.
Right.
And I'm driving down the street just to work with y'all all the time. I'm like, man, let's just get a spot, man.
Yeah,
man, it took a little bit more time. And, long live Nip, man. That's our brother.
Oh, yeah.
And, we finally pulled it off, man. So, we're out in Woodland Hills, and we have an amazing space.
It's a great space.
Thank you, man. Yeah, we have an event space. We got a movie theater. We got 3 rooms in there. And, we've made this a workshop.
When I was there, and I visited with Mike and Keys in January, and what I told them was, so I interviewed Hank Shockley from the Bomb Squad, Public Enemy,
right.
legendary GOAT. But I interviewed him, and he said something about when when he was in New York in the sort of that Public Enemy era, you know, he was working out of a little studio complex. It was like, you know, a bunch of studios in a hallway.
You're right.
And you'd walk down the hallway to get to your studio, and you had to walk past. It's like what we were kind of hearing here. You just hear a little bleed of what's going on in the other rooms. And he was like, I didn't get it at the time that was the most important thing. Not that I was copying what they did, but that there was this like influence of just the bleed, like like it's almost like if I had heard exactly what they were doing, it would have been worse. But just hearing the essence of the bleed, it influenced just the vibe. By the time I got to my room, I started making music differently. And then you have success. And so you buy, you know, in his case, I think he bought a house out in New Jersey, and he, you know, moved out there. And it's like all of a sudden you don't have the hallway anymore. When when you walk to get your studio, you're walking from your, you know, your kitchen to your whatever. And
or it's your kids.
Right. You know what I mean? And so when I walked into your space and I saw that you've got a space and a room, and Mike and Keys have their room, and you got you know the other breakout room for like other whatever's going on there. You know, I was like, you got the hallway, like this little common like pathway between them. Like you've got the Hank Shockley inspirational hallway, and I was stoked. I'm stoked to see what comes out of that because
absolutely, you can't walk by anybody's room and not hear somebody else. You know, the other room is actually Tommy Hilfiger's son. Surprisingly.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, his name is Rick Hill. He's super dope.
Oh, that's
he's
nice.
Super dope. But you know, we all just we have so much history that. You know, we all feed each other's energy. It's synergy, seriously. Like, you know, like Mike might be playing something on the drums, and then I walk in the room, and I'm like, I'm going to play the bass then. And then he'll get off the drums, I play the drums, and he's making a sequencing and re-drum. And, you know, and then Jay Keys will walk in and start manipulating the audio and all that stuff. And it's just like, you know, it's a melting pot, you know, and it's always it's like an endless or everyday gumbo. It's like, you know, like all you can eat. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, and every day is just a little bit better than it was yesterday, you know, and we all know what that food is that next day after it's sat in the refrigerator. You know what I mean? Like,
That's right.
It tastes way better.
It tastes better. Who knows?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, hopefully for some cooks, because some people can't cook. But, you know what I mean? Sidebar. But, yeah, I'm just saying, the energy there is great. Right now, the name is Royalty Free Studios, which means we're not playing with anybody that ain't clearing no samples. So don't send us nothing that we can't clear, my brother, because we ain't dealing with no lawsuits, my brother.
Oh my gosh!
But
you know, speaking of Khalil, you know that was the thing I talked to Khalil about.
Yeah.
He learned that lesson in a big way.
Oh, we all did.
Yeah. It's like you have success. You have on paper success, and you're like, wait, why is the number on my check this? And it's like, hey, you got to pay for the sample.
Well, I'll say it even better. You go outside and you're famous, and then you look at your bank account and you're not.
Okay,
you know what I'm saying? Like, you're like, oh, well, this is not reflecting like what's going on. Can I get a mirror image, Ellie? Can my life match like my fame?
Yeah.
You know, but I mean, you know, but that's not what we do it for. You know, we do it to make the great music and put great music in people's ears, and you know, that's what inspires me. It's not the money, man. The money is just a tool for me to go buy that drum machine or that new piece of equipment that I want, you know, and then I can go back to being a little Geek Squad nerd, you know. My girlfriend's pissed I don't come home. And,
you know what? I saw Steve Jobs gave one of his interviews one time, and he said something that always comes up in my mind in moments like this. And he was talking about the value of wealth and money. And he said, for the most important projects in our life, the value of money is not that you live a comfortable life and you can kind of like, you know, support your needs and all that stuff. The value of it is that you can place bets that don't have to pay off right away. You can invest in an idea. And that idea might take 2 years to like pay off. But you've got the runway to do that. And in his world, that's the tech startup world, you know, where it's...
You know, it was the same for me.
Yeah.
You know, honestly, and shout out to J. Cole again, and to build off of that before I say how that happened, that's such an interesting statement, man, because I'm always telling people that, you know, honestly, it wasn't just the money for me, but, you know, I learned so much about the business after I started gaining more success and learning my rights and learning contracts and learning all these other things. And I got to a point where I was like, yo, you know what? have to do a deal if I don't want to, because I've made enough money to where I can just kind of sit back and decide who do I want to work with.
Yeah.
What artists am I interested in? You know, opposed to oversaturating the game and just like, oh, I have to live check to check, or I have to work with this artist. You know,
right?
Like, you know, I can sit back and say who works for the brand, because we're all a brand, and you know, you don't see McDonald's trying to be Burger King. You know, like, so I wanted my own brand, and I wanted my own signature when I do my music. And you know, I'm one of the few producers, if not that many, that doesn't use a tag at all.
Okay, right.
And you know, when you hear my music, you know it's me.
Okay.
You know, and if you don't, then you'll be very surprised and excited when you find out it is. Because you'll be like, wait, he's doing that? Like, yeah, I do a lot of other stuff. But you know, the world knows me for hip hop, you know, but you guys said some really interesting things earlier in the previous conversation. You know what I mean? It's just as far as, you know, the approach, you know, and how you deal with, you know, artistry and stuff like that. So it's funny you brought up Steve Jobs like that, because, you know, I'm always looking at his stuff. I'm always looking at, you know, you can get inspired from all kind of people.
Oh,
you know,
I have one of my. When I was doing the live stream regularly, one of my big goals that I had was I wanted to invite on people that were artisans of a non-musical craft to find the commonalities, where I was always like a chef, like a world-class chef. I guarantee you, if I had him on a live stream, we would find out that his process has lessons that we can use in music and in beat making, and his or her. I shouldn't be so gendered there, but I think there's something to that. I think this cross-discipline thing is there's for sure lessons that we can all learn, and vice versa. I think, you know, I think like we take someone who's a master level, you know, producer, and like put him in the kitchen with the chef. I bet you that something cool comes out of that the chef is going to be like, oh,
you know, what's funny? I've kind of done that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I have a friend, shout out to her, man. She's a good friend of mine. Her name is Gabrielle. She's Wolfgang Puck's right-hand chef.
There you go.
So we actually have events at our studio quite frequently, and I have her do all the catering.
Well, now I know my two people that I'm going to test this idea with.
Exactly, right? And I promise you, after we all ate our food, we literally were all staring at each other like, hey, let's play this chord. Let's play with this drum idea.
Yeah.
You know, so like, you know, what your ideas is a lot more in depth, but I'll say this: good food does affect music. You know.
Yeah. Right. Well, there must be. I mean, I don't know if you have some amount of synesthesia, perfect pitch kind of thing where you associate color or
I do
smell and stuff with music.
I do.
Man, I have had a
people drop pennies, coins. When I was in the train I was on Eurostar going from London to Paris, it was like the wheels were screeching, and I was like, yo, I can flip that. Like, you know what I mean?
That's what happened here.
I'm like, yo, I can put a little swing beat on that, and that can be a little something right there.
I hit the table, and I was like,
oh, Dre gonna be like, why the fuck you ain't send me the train sound, man? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know?
There we go. Oh my God.
Yeah,
well,
man.
Listen, I'm gonna we have a room. There may be some other folks. I see Michael's in the room.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I don't want to be a hoarder, man.
No.
Hopefully, I did my just service, man.
The great frustration for me is any one of you guys I could hang out with all day and never get tired of just like, you know, and we're gonna, you know. So
for sure.
That's gonna happen. But I'm gonna let you relieve you of your chair duty while also maybe circulating a little bit here. But thanks for hanging with everybody. The folks watching, thanks for hanging with
no
party.
doubt, man. I love all y'all as always, man. Reason strong, keep it going strong. Reason gang, I'm out, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like fan club, Mike and Keys, man. That's what we doing out here, man. So, you know, shout out to all the other producers that's here. Shout out to Reason Propeller Head. I'm sorry, I'm always gonna call it that first before I call it Reason Studios. My brain is on autopilot at this point, and I'm out of here, man.
I love it. Thanks, man. Oh, so good. Okay, I'm going to check in with the chat here.
Thank you, Ryan.
Of course, absolutely, man. I'm going to check in with the chat. We've been at this for a while, guys. We're at 2.5 hours now, and let me tell you, things are doing okay on my end. I'm looking around the room at some of my other Reason team members to see if they're giving me the like, bro, we're done. But if we're good to keep going, I'll keep going. Yeah. Cool. So, please, have a seat. Okay, now I'm going. Okay, my seat has already been filled for me, so that makes things real easy.
Ryan, you look good with the SSL behind you.
You know what? I got it. So I'm gonna just for the technical folks. This is a Neve 88R console. But I actually had to look closer because I did the same. I was like, is this a 9000 or something or a 4000? I gotta say, I think I might need one of these. You know, it's definitely a look. I'm gonna go next time I do a live stream. I'm gonna be at home. I'm gonna have my little like rack and my little like MIDI keyboard, and it's gonna be like, oh, where's my Neve? You know. So listen, thanks for sitting down and joining us here.
Yeah, it's a cool party.
Yeah. How has it been out there?
The party's awesome. Everyone's dressed great, looking fly. The dance floor was on fire.
Yeah.
So it's a good energy all around. For sure.
That's good. Let's. Oh, I haven't gone to your camera yet. Jesus. All right. Let's introduce yourself to the folks out there in watching on the live stream. Give us your hellos.
Shout out the chat. Reason Gang here from Chicago. My name is Shami Sosa. I flew in for the Dirty 30.
You kidding me? You flew in for it?
Absolutely. Yeah, I flew in for this. I've been using Reason since like 2005. So
get out of here.
The kind of the beginning of my production since I started making music. So Reason's been pretty intertwined with like my sound and just kind of like how I started making music on a computer.
Wow.
So it's been an interesting evolution.
That's
for sure.
That is impressive.
That's for sure.
I'm going to make a quick adjustment here on my second camera. Give me 1 second. I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to go here.
That last interview was super dope, too. A lot of nuggets in that.
You know what?
In that interview, by the way.
This is the funny thing is that I have this lucky position. I love talking to all you guys because I learned so much from getting to talk to other producers, and I'm a producer, a musician myself, and you know what it reminded me of? Judd Apatow. You know Judd Apatow?
Sure.
Okay. So Judd Apatow, he got started. He wanted to be a comedian and he wanted to be a writer. He knew he wanted to write movies and he wanted to be a stand-up comedian and stuff. And the way that he got started was by interviewing comedians and writers, script writers and stuff. And he would just interview them under the auspices of like, oh, I'll write an article in a zine or something like that. But what he was really doing was he found this little like doorway into getting into picking the brain of the people that he wanted to understand their process. And I've had moments like that where I'm like, how lucky am I that as a producer that I get to go in and sit with these guys, Dre's producer, and ask him questions that I 100% then draw inspiration off of and use, And so it's awesome that I think one of the things I love about the Reason community is that you guys, us, I'll put me in there too. We're all only too happy to talk and share our process. I think there's this understanding that if I'm confident in what I do, talking about it doesn't give away my secret sauce. It doesn't threaten my skill. You know what I mean?
No, absolutely. I think communication is key. I mean, music is just one form of communication without barriers. Trying to say things you can't in words. Yeah. And kind of going off what you said about Judge Apatow, it's important to fully immerse yourself in not just the craft, but like I want to say the scene. And like the networking aspect of the music business or music scene, because it can only go so far. So that's why events like this, and that's why I think Reason Studios, it's so important that you guys are doing things like this and providing that platform for producers, musicians, or even individuals that like maybe just thought about making music, didn't know how to enter. Yeah. There's a lot of gatekeepers. There's a lot of gatekeeping going on in the scene that goes on in like every industry.
Sure.
But one thing I always admired about Reason Studios is it kind of broke down some of those barriers, and it's just like a lot more approachable than a lot of other manufacturers. I've worked with other manufacturers as well. Yeah. And it's just there's always seemed like there's like this superficial roadblock that was kind of keeping me from connecting with them, but I didn't feel like that when working with Reason.
Right.
And maybe it was because I've been using the program and I had a lot more to talk about. But
Yeah.
I like to think that it was the
No,
staff
I think it's I have my own theories and feelings about it because I've sort of lived it a little bit, which is that like, and I've talked about this on live streams, that I'm a Reason user who, by some fortunate loophole that, like, I hope they don't realize they've made a huge mistake by this point, but by some weird loophole, they give me money to do the thing with the software that I would be doing anyway. Like, like, I know. I've said too much. I said the quiet part out loud. Beats. I know. My boss is sitting just off to my right, and salary talks are coming up. So I shouldn't be saying this. But no,
he'll do it for free. No, I'm just kidding.
there is this nature, but I think what it is, what I'm getting at is not that I should be devalued. It's that the company is built up of that. That is in the DNA of the company, that it was started by people who made the software they wanted to make music with. They didn't want to make, and this is true. Like, if you were purely driven by a financial motive, music tech software is not the place to plant your flag to get rich. I'm holding a can of water with a cool logo. That's a pretty good place to, like, plant your flag if you wanted to, like, just monetize something. But music tech is a relatively small niche thing in this world. Fashion, big money, travel, oil exploration, crypto. There's a lot of things you could have done speculatively to make money. And that's not what these guys did 30 years ago. What they did 30 years ago is they said, we love making music. The tools that we envision to help us make music don't exist. Let's make them. And that, with that initial seed of a motivation, it put into practice that it drew other people like myself and yourself, that want to work with that company because they make music and they want to work with the people who have the same vision of the way that they make music. There's this, it just is this carry on, this continuity in the spirit of the company and the people that work with the company. So that's a long way of saying I hear you, and I think that you're right. It does kind of play out in the way that we all relate to each other. When I meet another Reason user, I know that we have a certain commonality in the way that we view the creative process and the music we make right off the bat. It's kind of like when you meet someone from the same town you grew up in, and we're like, we have a shared cultural experience.
Yeah, there's definitely. Because there's been many times where I was using Reason and everyone was using like a different DAW, and I felt like I was in a bit of an island and whatnot. But that's kind of changed since I've seen the community grow so much, and there's a particular sound you get from Reason that I don't really catch with other programs, and the way it kind of communicates with other DAWs too, I think is great. And again, it looks good. When I'm looking at Reason, it doesn't feel like I'm looking at like an Excel spreadsheet.
Yeah.
I'm seeing knobs. I'm seeing wires.
Right.
There's instruments that I could pull up right away.
Yeah.
It's just like I have all these instruments to my fingertips. And even some of the newer stuff that I've gotten my hands on in Reason, like the complex modular synthesizer.
Yeah.
Some of those preset sounds in there, I'm like, oh my gosh, I was just playing around with it the other day, and they're just so lush and so deep. That you're getting you're getting a particular sound with Reason that I haven't found in other software programs. So it's I never switched. I just wanted to be with a program that I was fast with. The sequencer in Reason has just evolved so much from when I first started using it. I'm releasing a single in about 3 weeks that's been fully recorded on Reason. I have singers on there as well. Again, I'm Shami Sosa, SHAMI-SOSA on all streamings. Again,
Shami,
Reason.
First guest to shout out his socials. So, Chris, where's Chris Reed? You were derelict in your duty, Chris Reed.
Yo, shout out Phonix Beats. Taught me a lot on YouTube as well. So I just met him earlier. So it's been a good night. I met a lot of talented people out there, man.
Yeah. And so what is the scene like in Chicago?
The scene, there's definitely a scene in Chicago. I wish it wasn't so like cliquey.
Okay.
And like I wish people were not competing with each other so much. But you find those pockets where people connect. And, I've been in this scene for a minute there, and it's a scene that you really have to you have to come correct or you don't come at all. I guess that's like a Chicago kind of way to look at things.
Okay.
So,
what if you were to give people advice? Because I bet you there's people in other cities and other scenes that are feeling that same, like, oh, it's a little cliquey, it's a little competitive. If you were to, like, this is the Gandhi quote, be the change you want to see in the world. What is your advice for how to break down that culture in a scene and try and open it up a little bit? Is that possible, or do you have to? Is it like, oh, okay, I'm gonna?
I mean, anything's possible for sure. I would say, just really be true to yourself and really be in tune with why you're making music and what this truly means to you.
Yeah.
And not really just following, the trends and just and another thing, not overthinking things either.
Okay.
There's been so many times where, so I guess I'm throwing a bunch of advice out there.
No,
but
yeah.
I guess the main advice for me would be like not to overthink things either. There's nothing worse than an overcooked meal. So I feel the same way with music. Like,
sure.
There's a point where you have to be confident in yourself and really sit out into the world.
Yeah.
You never know we're living in a time where, media is just so quickly consumed and quickly created. But there's ways to use that in your favor. And there's formulas out there. Finding a good team. Video is so important. So if you're an artist or a producer, finding a good video person to just know those right angles and know how to edit.
Yeah.
That's like your main person too, like the visual aspect of this whole business. So it's both ends. I'm behind the camera a lot too. That's actually how I met the Reason staff out in Amsterdam for ADE.
Oh, okay.
We did the DJ Pierre panel discussion with Reverb. So
right.
Shout out Fes Grandiose out at Reverb Chicago. But yeah,
Fes is great.
Yeah. He's amazing. He opened a lot of doors for me as well. So it's been great to use the software. Start using it with my hardware because doing the whole hybrid workflow. So that was cool.
Yeah.
And then fast forward to 2023, actually collaborating on some content. So things are we're kind of full circle on that end. So nothing's impossible. You can.
Yeah, exactly. That's that same theme. It's like somebody quoted somebody in the chat when I was talking about this in the past, where I said like someone from your school gets famous, and the people that I've seen be most successful see that success and they fuel off of it. Somebody in the chat quoted the movie Dumb and Dumber when the Lloyd character goes like, so you're saying there's a chance, when there's some moment when this girl tells him, there's a 1 in a million chance they'll end up together, and he goes, so you're saying there's a chance. And it's like, I sort of like, I don't know, that is like such a perfect oh wait, hang on a second. Quick incoming news from Mattias. What does he say? You might not see this. Okay, I won't read the rest of it. He's giving me, he's backseat drivering me. He's trying to manage my time, Mattias. No. Anyway, listen. Okay, so I'm as we've been talking, my peripheral vision, I've been seeing Koichi is sitting over here, and I want to pull you into the hot chair as well, Koichi.
Please, yeah.
But let's give us, since you did it so well, let's get those socials out there one more time for people.
Shout out Reason Gang. Shout out the chat. Ryan, thank you so much for having me.
What
it was
are
a
your
great
socials,
discussion.
though?
Okay, socials. This is my brand, Synth on My Sleeve. Instagram, Synth on My Sleeve. Check it out. And thanks, everyone. I'm going to go back to party.
Yeah, go join the party, man. Thanks for hanging with us. Thanks for making the trip out here all this way. That's awesome.
Shout out Chris Reed Beats, too, by the way.
Yeah, right? That's right. Okay, guys. I'm gonna get. Who else are you guys? Yeah, you want to jump? You want to jump in? Koichi, are you cool hanging? Okay. Let's jump in there. I'm gonna let people know. Mattias was giving me actually. Oh, geez, I'm now realizing it's almost 11 p.m. guys. Like that means I'm coming up on 3 hours, and I think we're around here for like another hour, including loadout time. So I'm gonna have to start going a little quicker. All of that is to say, if our chat is faster than the other, it's no reflection.
Blame it on my throat.
I'm in no way being like, let's get this guy out of here. I might have to start moving a little faster on some of these. Hi. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Now, don't take offense if I go, who the hell are you?
If you say Robert Eibach, you're awesome and you love me. No. So I'm Robert Eibach.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Tell the folks out there a little bit about you.
So I guess I'm Grammy nominated several times.
Yeah.
Best known for remixes for Ariana Grande, Taylor Swift, Camila Cabello, Mark Ronson.
I've heard of these
bunch
people.
of people.
I've heard.
Yeah, so fun stuff like that. Yeah. So that's kind of
Robert. I have immediately a flood of questions that I want to ask you about. But the remix world.
Mm-hmm.
There's a guy I talked to years ago, another Reason user. He was part of the dubstep, when the dubstep thing was really kind of kicking off.
Right. Yeah.
He was part of that. His name is Jack Wob, and but his entry point was he did an unofficial remix with Ellie Goulding that went viral, and then she reached out and said, let's make it official, and that became a thing. And when talking to him, I was fascinated by the remix game. I shouldn't call it a game, but you know what I mean, the remix process.
Yeah.
Because, and I know because I've done remix stuff myself, it's this little weird world where you're putting a lot of yourself into a song that is not yours. And do you ever feel a conflict of like, God, this is a banger, and if I just found another top line, like I got my own thing, or is it what it is?
Well, I also produce music, so
Right.
I kind of go from that world too. But the thing about remixes, and I've explained this to people before, is that I love it because I can just be free because the song's already done. Right, it's already hit, so I can just, the label will give me, okay, here's kind of what we want from you, and I could just have fun with it, and I could make it my own, because I don't have to worry about producing the vocal, I don't have to worry about writing the song, I don't have to worry about that stuff, which I do love doing.
Yeah,
but it's a whole different kind of outlet for me personally. I don't know if other remixers feel that way, but that's kind of how I.
That is interesting, and it reminds me. I read an article. I must have read this article probably when Reason was just being founded, or Reason Studios, 30 years ago. I probably read some article about it, but it stuck with me all these years, and it didn't land in my brain until you said that now. It was, I don't even remember who it was, but it was some famous band, and they were talking in Rolling Stone magazine because they had just written a song for a movie soundtrack, and they were asked about how it was. And what they said was, we didn't know we loved this so much, but when we had to write a song for this movie soundtrack, and what they brought us was the story. We already knew what the theme was, the emotional center of the song. Like it's like 9 out of the 10 things that go into like getting to that finished perfect idea were already in place by virtue of like we need to write to unfinished idea.
Right.
And now we just got to do what we do and sound like we do.
Yeah.
And it worked, And so that I'm sensing it's that same thing of like it takes a little of pressure off of having to. You don't have the question we all have in the creative process of like, what is this thing? You're sort of trying to solve the Rubik's Cube in the beginning, and then you have the moment where you start to figure it out. But this is like here's a finished Rubik's Cube, and now just make it more awesome. My metaphor fell apart, but you know what I mean.
Well, yeah, but you also you touch on something with pressure. The pressure is different because it's like, this is Ariana Grande, right?
Yeah.
So it's like I have to bring my A game. So it definitely pushes me to be as good as I possibly can be in that, because I am working with a vocalist who's as good as there is, and the song that's as good as there is, and I think that those kinds of things, it's a different type of pressure, but it's a lot more fun in a sense because I can really, push myself to a limit that I haven't ever been at before. Even the last one, the last one's like, okay, that's great. That went to number 1. These are all amazing things. Well, I have to surpass that.
Yeah.
And I think one of your previous guests was kind of talking about that too when he was working with Dre. He's like, I gotta bring it to like surpass those levels, because the next thing, or when you were talking about the song on the radio, you can't recreate the song on the radio. You have to think about the next thing. Well, you're working with things that are on the radio, and you have to bring them to that, surpass that level.
Yeah, exactly. You need to take the current thing and make it next gen.
Exactly.
Oh, that's interesting. That is really interesting. What in your creative process, I kind of am curious a little bit about how you do you have I hate asking this question, and I'm about to do it. We all don't have standard ways we work, but that being said, I would think in the world that you're working with, remixing pop icons or future icons or current crop of the crop, whatever you want to call it. An Ariana, Camila, any of these artists, I would think you got to start at the vocal, right? Is that kind of your entry point?
Yeah. So for me, depending on the song, I'll listen when I'm in like remix mode. I'll listen to the song once just to figure out the key and the tempo and all of that. And then what I'll do is, I'll have the vocal there, and I just listen to the vocal and feel what comes to me.
Okay.
So I'll lay down a drum pattern in Reason, and get that going. And most of the remixes I do are house or progressive house, so it's pretty four on the floor kind of basic thing to start.
Right.
And then sometimes I'll feel a chord line first, sometimes I'll feel a bass line first. It really depends on what I let the song like really speak to me. Now, that being said, I also have like the label telling me we need this type of remix, we need these things. These kinds of things. So within that form, I'm being as creative as I possibly can.
Now, to that end, though, as creative as you possibly can, I would imagine, and sort of talking about the idea you have of like, I gotta top the last one and that sort of thing. Is it a struggle sometimes? Like, here's what I'm thinking of. If you to be as good at this work as you are working at the level that you do, you could probably go more out there than the listening public could handle. You could be like, hang on a second, like if I take this and I move it into like the Dorian mode and I totally reharmonize the chords, like I can make a whole different vibe out of this melody, and then you get to a point where it's like, but they want thank you, or next or whatever.
Will DJs play this though? That's kind of
right. Will DJs play it? Right. It's like no DJ is going to be like, no one's dancing, but this is so clever that the world's got to hear it. So what is that constraint that you like? What holds you in from the runaway urge to top yourself and just be like, I'm going to show the world some crazy, like, muso. I'm going to win the blue ribbon at the state fair for the most, like, wacky remix idea that works versus, like, getting the task at hand right.
Well, I think what holds me in is really what the label wants. But that being said, I will find little things within the remix that I make my own, that I'm like, okay, only I do this, and here's something, I'm going to put this little clever little thing in here, and it's not anything that's going to shoot out there and drive anybody crazy, but it's kind of cool. And there are things that I've done in remixes that I listen to remixers now, and I'm like, I did that first. I did that. That's one of my moves. And so those kinds of things are fun. And then there's also listening to what other really great house artists or EDM artists or remixers do, and kind of listening to where are they taking things, and then I could expand upon that. I could expand upon these things.
Right.
So as far as
that's funny you say that. I have more voice memos than I probably remember of song ideas that I am. The voice memo sounds like this. It's the sound of me running out of the room from another venue where I'm listening to a song where something I hear in that song causes me to think of some other idea, and just being in the presence of that idea brings my idea. And so you have like, there'll be this, like, the voice memo basically goes like, you hear rustling, like, and then you hear like the sound of another venue getting quieter, and then you hear me go, it's something like this, and it's gonna be like this kind of synth, or I'll just like hum a little thing, and so like I'm recognizing a little of that there, and the idea of like, that you can get inspired by someone else's remix. What I'm gonna put you on the spot. It's okay if you can't think of examples, but I would be curious. Do you have? It's a two-parter. Part one is. Does something come to mind that is your most like, fuck, that was a good day, that was a good idea when I did that thing, that was pretty darn cool, like a self thing that you're proud of that you did? And do you have something you heard someone else do in a remix where you were like, ooh, that's the one that got away. They found that before I did. That was a really cool idea.
Yeah, I could give you both right away.
Love
it. So the first one that I did for Ariana Grande was No Tears Left to Cry.
Okay.
And that one I was like, I brought my A game to this remix, and I was really happy with it. And then was sent it into the label, didn't hear a word.
Oh, God.
And then I was on vacation with my families in the mountains of Virginia with no cell service or anything. And I go to this little spot, and then all of a sudden my phone starts blowing up. And all these people are like, this remix is amazing. You're Ariana Grande. Like, and I'm getting all these things, and I'm like, oh, they put it out. And then like you
get it from the broader public. Friends and stuff. They heard it.
Yeah. So then then I was like, oh, this is amazing. This is great. And I was like, oh, my Ariana Grande, it's number 5 this week. And there's all these blogs writing about it and all these things. And I didn't even hear a word from the label about this.
Yeah,
but
thanks, guys. Would it hurt to give me a little feedback?
Yeah. So that was a really that was a moment where I really felt like, okay, this is a really, I feel like what I'm doing is the right thing.
Yeah.
And then to your, I just did a remix for. Sorry to keep bringing up Ariana, but I just did her.
Could you please stop name dropping the iconic global artist who's we all want to hear about?
She's a new album already.
Robert, come on.
So, but
no, please.
I remixed her not the single that just came out, but the previous one, Yes and I did what I do with the labels, what they say, and then I heard one. I always listen to the other remixes when they put them out in the package, and I heard one that Jonas Blue did, and I was like, he's doing some really cool stuff in this. This is awesome. I like how he did this. I like how he did this. Ooh, that's really neat. So that's a really current one that I was like, it inspired me to do some kind of interesting things now with my creativity, because I was hearing kind of what he was doing. Yeah. And I was like, all right, this is cool. Like, I could vibe with this. And I think this is the fun thing.
Can I geek with you a little bit on workflow stuff? Are you a Reason Rack plugin guy in a DAW outside of Reason, or are you a Reason DAW guy, or what's
I, depending on what the project is.
Okay.
Sometimes I'll run it. I'll use like, should I say another program?
Okay.
So sometimes I'll use Digital Performer, and I'll run.
Wait, not Digital Performer. But no, I'm kidding.
But I'll run Reason through another DAW a lot of times.
Right.
Because I like different things with different vocal stuff.
That's cool.
But
it's funny.
But creating, I'll start with the Reason like right away. I won't even open DP or any of the other ones. I'll just start with Reason and just start creating from scratch when I'm producing from square one, not in the remix world.
Yeah. Okay. I gotcha. Hey, this is the thing. I recognize this with you, and I've seen other people do it. There's this this hesitancy to mention I use other DAWs. It's like, yeah, we all do. And that's why the Reason Rack plugin was it's so game changing for me in the work that I do, just talking to you guys, the fact that I could take off the table this feeling that we're two-timing by sometimes I have to use Pro Tools. It's like, it's like, that's okay. And so I it's funny to see people do it, but
that's what's so amazing about Reason though is that you can. And I was explaining to a couple other producers that I met here at this event tonight. And I said that some people had never heard of Reason before, and I said, one of the beauties is that you can run it through another DAW,
right? And
the new Reason, you can actually use the effects units separately in a DAW in your DAW, and you can say, I really love the compression that Reason uses here, and you could run it through, or the mastering that Reason came up with is beautiful. Like, it just has this really clean nice sound. So like those things you could run individually in another DAW, and it's just like, wow, this is great. Like,
it's funny you mention the mastering stuff, because that's one of those ones that's been around now since I want to say Reason 3 I think is when the M class stuff came out. And there's this thing in the Reason Rack that I think I'll raise my own hand and own this as much as anyone else out there. And Chris, you might feel some of this too. There's this bias towards the new, and there's this bias against the old, where it's like, oh, I don't want to use that, like the RV7 half rack reverb. It's like, I don't want to use that because I got a newer reverb, and it's like, wait, like, was it cool then? Does it make things sound cool still? Yes. Is it good at what it does? Yes. Does it matter that I've seen it? Like if I look over here at over to my left right now, I'm staring at a rack here at the studio. There's 2 LA2As. There's a half rack DBX 160s. There's 2 1176 look like Rev Ds, if I'm guessing. You know, there's a SSL glue compressor. All of that stuff is, you know, like mid 70s and earlier gear. And I have no bias against it. I'm quite happy that it's been around for a while. And yet I look at the M-Class, the yellow M-Class stuff, and I go, yeah, but maybe I'll try a rack extension compressor instead. And I don't know why I do that, because they're good. That's good stuff. I've just been seeing it for a long time, you know? Well, so I'm glad you gave it a shout out.
And
needs
honestly, Reason has a really, whoever, Mattias probably did this, but whoever came up with the presets,
yeah,
they're really good. Like
right.
Especially in the mastering units where you could just pull up like a pop or or dance or whatever, and it's just like, wow, that just sounds good. Like, and for me, if I don't have to fiddle around with things and mess with compressors and stuff for hours, it totally opens up the creativity. I like doing that, but I also want to spend my time being more creative and coming up with cool parts and freaking out DJs. Then
exactly.
Then
by the way, so you doing this remix work, I wonder maybe there's some actual insight you could probably give to people that are out there doing their own remixes, and it's that what you just said. You just said a phrase, freaking out DJs. Now you used it in probably a good way, like making a DJ freak out and be like, this is awesome, but I also know that you probably are aware of little things like things that someone up and coming in the remix world might not think about, like left, right, like the amplitude of your left and right sub frequencies that could make a needle jump on a record, stuff like that,
Yeah, and honestly, I think knowing the genre that you're working in. So if you have, let's say you're working in house. David Longoria, who's sitting over here, taught me this, and it's know the rules before you can break the rules. So if you listen to a house track, and people are like, well, the drums just sound the same as this other house track. There's a reason for that. It's because that's what they want, and unfortunately, you can't deviate from that too much. You could play around with it a little bit as long as it has a really good feel,
right?
But you can't mess with things too much. And as you were talking about EQs and compressions and sub frequencies, and everyone wants to push the bass up as much as possible. Well, our speakers that we work in, unless you have an amazing subunit, are only going to handle so much. So when you take it in the car, to do the ear test, and it's like, it's all like distorted and just nasty. It's like, okay, well, you kind of, trial and error learning that way. But I think what it really comes down to, especially in the remix world, and also the producing world, is, know the rules before you break the rules. Know what genre you're working in and why things work and what makes them work before you go to, outside of the box. Yeah. And you could still, even with those rules, you could still be creative as possible. And that goes back to what we were talking about earlier with when you were asking me, do you do things that are, a little bit, creative and interesting. It's like, because I like that I have those rules to work in, and it forces me to be, how can I be really creative with this and get away with it?
Right.
So hopefully that answered your question, but
that does. It does. Now, Robert, you've done an excellent job for me in reminding me that I promised myself when we started that I was gonna
shut me up.
No, not shut you up. Not shut you up. Make sure that I'm getting some other people some opportunities. And then you mentioned David, and David's here, so we should see if David wants to. Would you be willing to join the chair? Awesome. Okay, cool. Well then, I am so appreciative of you taking a little time to hang out with us here.
For sure.
Just hang out in the room. I was telling Chris and his wife that when I started the stream, it was so nice just to have human beings in the room, because when I'm live streaming, it's just me and this little lens, It's like, it's fun to have people actually reacting and hanging and kind of being part of the scene. So it's been fun having you guys this whole night in here.
Great. So. It's a great event. You guys, I'll finish up with just saying that Reason is the one company that really works with its user base and really wants to engage with its user base, and I think that that's tremendously, like, that's just an asset for anybody who's either a pro in music or even just getting started. So I commend you guys for always being amazing and throwing a great event tonight. So
awesome.
Thank you so much for having me.
Well, it's been awesome hanging with you, and I look forward. Eventually, I'm gonna get out of this chair, and then I'm gonna get to talk to all you guys in a way where I'm not fielding comments at the same time. So we're gonna catch up out there.
Perfect.
But enjoy the rest of the party and stuff.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Catch up. Awesome. Cool. I'm gonna check in with the comments here, guys. We have been going for 3 hours and 8 minutes, and somehow I'm still drinking the same liquid death water. I don't know how that happened, but what's that? No, I'm okay. I still got a little more. It's probably why I haven't had to take a bathroom break yet. It's because I'm just slowly going here. Well, what's up, Michael? Yeah.
DJ Battlecat's coming just specifically to go on the street.
Oh, is he? Oh, okay. Then yeah, bring him in. 10-15 minutes. Yeah, that's great. That's perfect. Yeah, I'm gonna chat with David here, and that'd be just bring him in. Yeah. What's that? Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh my God. Oh God, we're running out of time. Well,
my life story doesn't take long.
Okay, cool. But yeah, so we've got. Let me. I'm gonna bring you in here on the chat. Okay, so first of all, you got headphones. You can use them or not use them. That's up to you. You can hear okay. If you do want to adjust your volume, it's that second knob.
Sounds great.
And from there, that's all. That's pretty much it.
Do I sound
David,
okay?
You sound wonderful, David. David Longoria, you are upping the Grammy quotient here in our room.
We're trying to lift it up.
How are you doing?
I'm having a good time. How about you?
I am good. I've been having a good time. The party has been coming to me. It's been fun to have.
I sat in here, listened to person after person with incredible stories. I mean, I'm going to try and live up to this.
You'll do just fine. I wonder if you've been around for enough of these. You're gonna start noticing the patterns here. I would love for you to just give people a little bit of a taste of kind of like your
Who
work.
am I?
Yeah,
what do I do?
yeah.
Yes. Well, I'm David Longoria. That's all I know. In fact, no. There's more. Yes, I was born at a very early age, and I took up music in jazz at first, and I played the trumpet, and I got picked up by Dizzy Gillespie, who was a very famous trumpet player.
I've heard of him.
Yes, and he invited me to do some things with him in the Seattle area, so I did some concerts.
Wow.
Which turned into a bunch of concerts with Oscar Peterson, a very famous piano player.
Yeah,
and
phenomenal.
then I got to work with Scatman Carruthers.
If I'm not mistaken, I think one of the pianos here is an Oscar Peterson. I'll have to look this up.
It could be from his that one that he owned.
I think there is.
Were there black keys and white keys? Because that's his.
Oh, is that right? Is that right?
A whole lot of them. Yeah.
Okay, I'll have to look. It's funny because it's one of those. I'll have to look. When I was reading the Wikipedia for the studio that we will still not mention because I don't want to be the one responsible for gate
But you know
crashers.
what? It takes a village to create these places.
Yeah, right. But I do think I remember reading they've got one of Oscar's pianos here.
Awesome.
But yeah, okay. So I mean, already you're hitting the ground running with some like. Just
and at 15 and 16 years old, I thought every kid got to do that stuff. I really didn't know any better. But I was a poor kid growing up on a farm.
Yeah.
And so I used to play on the street corners of Seattle and kind of busking, and I kind of got really well known for that in the area.
Yeah.
I started being on all the local talk shows and stuff. I used to play for this lady who came in and watched me play these Dixieland songs out on the street corner with just a trombone player and my trumpet. And I became good friends with her. And it turns out when I decided to move to Los Angeles, her son was a famous guy named Quincy Jones. And I had known her for 2 years. And I knew her name was Sarah, but I didn't know that her son was that Mr. Jones.
Oh, wow.
So she said, you got to look him up. And I said, well, yeah, you don't just look up Quincy. So about a year later, I was working with a guy named Andre Crouch, who was a very famous gospel artist, 9-time Grammy winner, and he kind of took me under his wing, and he recognized like my jazz abilities, and he loved to incorporate that in gospel music. So he taught me how to write songs. He really taught me a lot of stuff. He introduced me to Quincy, who introduced me to Michael Jackson. Did a bunch of songs. The original Color Purple, worked on some arranging in that stuff, and it kind of opened up a lot of doors to some incredible artists and people I got to work with. And over the years, I've just been really blessed to work with incredible talents.
Yeah.
And
what momentum! I mean, hearing you tell it like this, I am aware that you could have stopped the story at any point after the first sentence, and I would have gone, "Wow!" But you keep going.
Oh, no.
It keeps going. It's
like we're turning it into a musical.
Like, so first, I started. I worked with Dizzy Gillespie. Wow! And then it's like Jesus. It's like I was good. You had me at Dizzy.
Oh, thank you so much. But honestly, one thing leads to another, and if you're not a total moron, people sort of like you, and they keep inviting you back.
Right.
And,
right.
There were a couple of really major stars that I worked with, and I was invited back, but I realized that wasn't the thing for me. So lots and lots of experiences over the years.
That can't be understated or overstated, I should say. More what you just said. If you aren't a total moron, people will. I mean, no, but this is really true.
But that was a learned skill because it took a while. There were a couple of mistakes along the way.
Yeah, but that really is something that I think about when I talk to you and anyone, and I know that we're talking, but our conversation is being listened to by the audience out there, and there are people out there. That are taking knowledge from that and going like, and if it will influence the way that they operate musically, but also professionally, networking, all those kind of things.
Beautiful.
And there's a thing to that, which is like, and I don't know how to, for all the money that people spend going to schools learning the technical trade, like I wish there was some official way you could learn the don't be a moron trade, because that social aspect, that the social lubricant of being just a good hang. If you are a good hang, like while they're sorting out the patch bay and you're just hanging out with people in the studio, that is a life skill that will pay dividends in your musical success.
You're absolutely right. And that probably could have accelerated my career had I learned that 3 years earlier.
Is that right? Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, it is. You're right. It's a learned skill, and I guess it's actually. I'm going to make the weirdest comparison right now, but there was a scientist talking one time about. Did you ever notice that all the objects in the solar system are all going the same direction? Why is that? It doesn't make sense, But you look like the asteroid belt. Everything's going in the same direction. Like it's
right.
And
they got together. Something was planned here.
Well, what they figured out was that that is if you collide two objects in space, in a frictionless world, the bigger mass will hit the object with the smaller mass, and the smaller mass will now travel in the same direction.
It's created the motion already.
It created the motion, right? And so what we're seeing in the solar system is that everything has been crashed into so many times that it's all become a homogenized singular direction.
For whatever reason, pop music. No, I'm so sorry. That was a mistake.
But for whatever reason, I think about that in this exact situation of learning the politics or the socialness of being a good hang, being a good collaborator. Like, sometimes you have to do what you did. You have 3 years of kind of crashing into an object and going, oh, that was the wrong move, said the wrong thing, or like made the wrong joke, or whatever.
Oh, there were lots of wrong jokes. But you're absolutely right. And that's a big thing that I wish people could really teach that. Because I studied musical theater, I studied music theory, all kinds of stuff that apply to engineering.
Right.
I understand a lot about psychoacoustics. I just written a book about it.
Yeah.
And there's lots of technical stuff, but the simplest thing of just getting along with people and understanding when to stop talking and start listening, and stuff like that. It took me years to learn that.
Yeah.
And I'm a student of that still.
Yeah, that is a lifelong one. I remember I used to one of my first things I did. I used to operate my own little project studio back when project studios existed in a way that you could actually monetize them. But I had this jazz band come in to record, and the guy who was the bass player, he was like this real sarcastic guy that was always kind of like saying the sarcastic quip, and he'd say it and then he'd go.
I worked with him. I definitely worked with him.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And I remember like then one day, I don't know why, but one day he got real down to business of like, you know, like he stopped being sarcastic. And so he would say things and I would go, and he'd go, no, I'm serious. Yeah. I'm like, oh, sorry. And it happened like 3 times. I was like, oh, okay. Total
He's not
flip.
funny anymore.
Yeah, it's not funny.
That was
yeah.
February.
Yeah. It might have been that. It might have been like there's only 3 days left in their session work. And it was like, we got like, okay, no more time for jokes. Let's get down to work, you know. But so as you sort of said something about how you were, you had all amazing opportunities of working with amazing people, but you realized it wasn't that wasn't your path. Was not to sort of lean into that kind of, you know, whether it was session collaborative work in that way or sort of sideman kind of like supportive work.
Right.
What was that first step out into your own being your own, you know, person and artist and sort of, yeah, I guess what was that journey to like be like, okay, I could, I don't want to say rest on my laurels, but I'm in a spot where I could be comfortable. I found a spot here, but I'm going to push out a little
There have
further.
been several of those actually,
Yeah.
but there's one that kind of comes to mind that was pivotal. I worked for a very famous producer who had a drug problem, so he couldn't actually do the work himself. So he paid me cash to produce most of his records. So I did a record that became a #1 album that year.
Okay.
And it sold, 8 times platinum. It was something ridiculous.
Yeah.
Because it was a movie soundtrack also.
Okay.
And this was in the 80s, and you could probably look it up, but it's not on my Wikipedia page. But anyway, it was a great album, and I worked with these artists, and I got a great relationship with them. But the producer who was signed to the label came to me and said, well, David, you know, you can't tell these artists that you're the producer on any of these tracks because it could lose me my job. And I said, well, can I get a plaque for my wall? It's gone 3 times platinum at that point. He goes, no, you can't put your name on it. You can't do any of these things. But you did get $25,000 in cash, which I bought a car and, better food that week. Or
Right.
But,
right.
and so it was kind of like the moment where I said, they recognize my abilities, but they don't necessarily want me to be the guy that did it. So I can either keep doing that or I have to go branch out and take more chances and do what I need to do. So I did that at the time.
Wow. What a, I could see, and I know people that have had situations, maybe not one-to-one parallels of that, but situations. But yeah, what you're talking about at the core of it is that idea of that what you say, being recognized for your talent, but not being recognized.
Yeah.
And I know people that has devastated them, and it has caused them to retreat and be like, well, I did the best I could. It got the best result possible, and I'm still no better off. I'm $25,000 better off, or whatever I am.
Yeah.
And they go, fuck it. Okay, well then I give up. And you.
Well, giving up wasn't really my thing.
Yeah.
When I moved to Los Angeles, I got off a bus in Hollywood with $6, a bag of clothes, and my trumpet. And that was literally, I had no place to stay for the night. So I rented a tool shed. I lived in a tool shed for 1.5 years while I pursued things. I did sideline work, meaning I pretended to play the trumpet on The Love Boat, the TV show The Love Boat.
Yeah.
So I was out there in a red vest, bopping around. You can look at those old episodes, and I look really funny doing it. But I did all those things, and I played the Dixieland Band at Disneyland and Magic Mountain, yada. But all those things led up to like getting like some solid footing and being able to do what I love to do. And along the way, I played hundreds of recording sessions as a trumpet player. I got on thousands of Latin records, all kinds of stuff.
I'm gonna do the same thing I did with Robert. I'm gonna put you on the spot for something you may not. No. It's okay if you can't remember. And
I
you
get
don't have
so
an answer.
nervous.
But I'm curious. So what you're describing, I love this idea that when you look back at your career, you have this amazing perspective where you can connect dots that you can't connect in the moment or looking forward. You can't predict it and all that, right?
Very differently.
Does something come to mind? When you look back as the most insignificant moment when it was happening that you now look back and recognize it as a very significant moment, a dot that really connected?
Yeah, there were quite a few of those.
Yeah.
I think there was one that happened probably maybe 10 years ago where I'd been producing a lot of pop artists, a lot of records that did really well. I produced lots and lots of European records, things like that.
Yeah.
And then there was a day when I said, you know what, I really miss playing my trumpet all the time and just going out and performing. So I booked a couple of jazz clubs and I went out and played, and I got such a great response, and I really enjoyed it again. So there was that element where I said, you know what, I need to incorporate more of that in my career.
Yeah.
And so I've been doing it. The last 10 years I've put out, 8 albums, and I did a TV special for PBS. I did tours all over. I headlined at Carnegie Hall, which I dreamt of doing like all my childhood. And then you go, okay, David, I got to do that.
You're telling another story where you could have stopped at any sentence and I would have gone,
sorry.
wow.
I know this is a stupid story. What was I thinking?
No, it's amazing. It's amazing. It's just amazing. It keeps building, It's like, and then it's, wow. That's incredible. That is incredible.
Well, anyway, let's bring it back to Reason, though. Should I talk about how Reason changed my life? Because it was on a Tuesday, and I was having some in and out, and one thing led to another.
I guess my driving force in talking to you guys is I want to talk to you guys as the artists, the producers, the creative forces. Maybe I'm wrong. They're all going to want to have me get your exact settings for the Scream 4 or whatever it is that you.
I close my eyes and turn it until it sounds good. Honestly.
There you go. No, that's actually brilliant.
There's something to that.
Yes, yes. That's actually. I'm so glad you said that. That actually is. It's funny when you mentioned that. The first time, I'm just going to tell my own story. This might be the worst interviewer ever now telling my own story, but the first time I used the mixer in Reason, the new the big mixer that was at the time part of Record, the Pro mixer, I had a actually mind-blowing moment with it, which was I came up in the tail end of sort of the studio complex world of like I came out of school thinking
analog
I was going to
stuff.
go the analog stuff, and so I was kind of the perfect kid to like when Reason was like that hardware metaphor and that whole thing. But I got into working with Reason and I was doing my thing and using the device and all that. But then the mixer came out, and the first time I used it, I was EQing something, and I caught myself. I had my eyes closed. I had clicked on a knob and I was moving my mouse back and forth so I could sweep the knob, and my eyes were closed and I was listening to it, and I was like, wait, that's what I used to do in the hardware world. And then you get into this world where you can see the frequency spectrum, and you can see the EQ curve, and you
draw what you're supposed to draw. People tell you that.
Yes. Yeah. It's like, well, I have to boost 6K because I read that article that one producer's secret vocal trick is boosting 6K.
Exactly.
And there it is right on the screen, 6K. It must be
now
the
everybody's record sounds tinny and very airy.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And so I had that moment where I was like, holy shit, the Reason mixer, this new mixer.
Why not trust your ears? Why not trust that?
It made you trust your ears because it was operating in that same the hardware metaphor operates in the hardware way. So
I have a really unique situation because about 18 years ago I decided to take the studio out of my house and set it up in a commercial space. And so I looked around Los Angeles and I found a studio that was for sale, and it was a guy who was retiring. He was very famous for his voice, Casey Kasem.
Yeah,
you know who that man was? You remember him?
Yeah.
Well, I bought his studio.
Was this over in Burbank or?
It's Universal City, right across from Universal.
Yeah.
And I've had his studio for 18 years, and I have all this analog gear that's incredible. Like all how you have virtual versions of the LA2A, 3A, 4A, all that stuff. I have all the original ones. I have beautiful tubes from the 1970s. I mean, everything sounds incredible.
Yeah.
And so I'm using those all the time. It's really hard to dial in a virtual anything because these sound so amazing. And when you play the trumpet in particular, or I work with vocalists like Sting, or back in the day, George Michael, some of these people with great big voices, Aretha Franklin, the Pointer Sisters. I've had all those people in the studio where I'm listening to them on a beautiful tube mic with the right compressors, the right limiters, everything is right.
Yeah.
And then now to listen and make everything virtual, it's so thin, it's so small. But then I use something like Reason. For me, all the modules make it just so easy and convenient. I don't need a stack of keyboard modules, which I have, but just to hook them up and do all that nonsense to get the same things that I dialed in 11 seconds on the Reason one.
You know what I just had? I just had the experience of there's a Reason rack extension made by McDSP called the FRG. It's a compressor, FRG something or other. FRG4.
Can you say that stuff on this kind of a podcast? Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were spelling something out. Never mind. I think we're okay.
I love this compressor so much as a Reason rack device that I found myself Googling, is that based on hardware? Like,
is there something
like,
real
is there
that
something?
does this?
Yeah. And I found out that actually, Colin McDowell from McDSP, they actually have just come out with this. It's a weird hybrid thing where it's like they've kind of built their DSP into a hardware device, so you kind of get some of the capacitors and the transformers, all that kind of mojo stuff. But I thought it was
FET.
interesting.
It's all solid state.
Yeah, exactly. But it's I thought it was kind of interesting that I wasn't alone in that. We've now
Wondering.
when you find a good virtual device, you use it and it becomes as much as part of your sound as the hardware stuff.
I think that's what it comes down to. What sounds good? Make things sound good. We're looking at a board in here that's just incredible. Like if you looked at this and if you don't know how to mix things, that would be overwhelming. Yet every one of those channels is pretty straightforward and pretty easy to figure out.
Right.
And on a virtual setup, they're presets. You can push a button and it all automatically goes to this.
That's true. That's
great
true.
place.
That's
But
true.
There's so many variables.
Yeah,
I think it's good.
Absolutely. Now listen, David, I'm going to do the thing that I do not want to do right now, which is because I'm seeing that it's 11:30.
Kicking me to the curb. But I had one really good joke.
Okay, give it. Yeah, let's.
Okay, now this is my favorite joke of all time. Okay, now it's one of those corny knock jokes. Okay, you start it.
Knock knock.
Okay, wait a minute. Who's there?
I see what you're doing.
That's all I remember.
You flip. I see how it goes. I see. By having me start, I gotta have the punchline. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I was gonna see if I could write a really quick knock joke, but I don't have one. So instead,
it's got to get better. Now you have to kick me to the curb.
That's right. Yeah, on that alone, get the hell out of here, David. No,
thank you. It's been a pleasure.
It's absolutely been a pleasure. I just hanging with you in this room. I've been enjoying having you in here, and
thank you.
I, like I said, once I'm untethered here,
well, go listen to some of my
more.
music. It's on like Craigslist. I'm sorry, on Spotify and all those places.
Yeah.
Can
absolutely.
you say that?
Yeah,
it's not possible to say that, right?
No, it's not. There's nothing.
Can you run it under this monitor so it's
like the CNN
the words
ticker?
come out? Yeah. It just says,
okay.
Listen to him. He needs the money.
Yeah, that's right. No, but people, if anyone watching, they should look up David Longoria because it just like your stories, every sentence will make them go, wow, oh wow, oh
crazy
wow.
guy.
Yeah. No.
What's he put this kind of music out for?
Awesome. Well,
Thank you
so great chatting with you, and I'll find you out in the room. We'll talk outside the microphone. So, let me get Skrrt in here. I'm gonna pull up a couple things, guys. First of all, I'm gonna call an audible here and just make sure. Does where's this Christopher or Marcus or Michael? Are we where are we at on curfew? I should say. Where are we at on curfew? Like, are we hard out for midnight? Okay. Cool. I maybe will talk to two more folks basically then. Yeah. Okay, cool. Cool. Have a seat.
Here, can I shake your hand, sir?
You can definitely shake my hand.
Yes.
And I'm happy to shake yours as well.
How's it going?
I'm good. Let me pull you up here in my little two-shot.
Yeah.
Thank you for hanging out here.
Of course.
I didn't realize I had such a backlog building up here in the room of like folks that were hanging out to join me, which it's been fun having you. I've been enjoying everyone hanging out here, but
it's legendary, man.
But I mean, it's nice to know that you stuck around to get in the chair with me here.
Got to. Where
are you now? Am I remembering or am I misremembering? You're Texas based?
No, I'm here.
You are here.
Yeah, I'm from Georgia, but
okay.
I moved here like almost 8 years ago, just pursuing everything.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's
actually. I'm starting on step
4
here. Let's have you introduce yourself to the folks watching, because normally I'd be throwing up like name caption graphics and stuff like that. But we have to do this manually. Take care, man.
Yeah.
Are you taking off? Oh, okay, cool. Okay, cool. So let the folks know.
Hello. I am Young Skrrt. I stream every day on Twitch, making music on Reason. Most days. I game a little bit too.
Okay.
But I'm releasing a song every week this year. I'm already pretty deep on that. I produce, I do vocals, I play guitar, drums, piano, or keys.
Yeah.
I guess you could say everything, but I play on my computer keyboard, which, with Reason, F4, good old F4.
Is that right? Yeah, good old F4.
But just pretty much doing everything and just
What is you said you've been out here 8 years?
Yeah, about in May I think it'll be 8.
What was there an event that got you out here? Like, did you have some little moment of like, oh shit, like that got a little traction?
Yeah.
I'm getting out there and I'm gonna build on that, or did you come out here to find that little moment of traction?
I mean, so I've been kind of pursuing music seriously. Like I was in a band in like starting like 2006, and I did that for like 5-6 years, like grindcore stuff, like crazy.
Okay.
Hadn't started producing yet, and then I started on FL a little bit, and then my friend kind of like pulled up Reason and left me with it for 2 hours, and that, you know, that's the kicker right there. That's when I started, and I was in Atlanta doing stuff, producing, DJing, and like kind of doing a festival here or there, and then like in Atlanta, I feel like back then at least, there was like kind of a ceiling. Like everybody was working kind of like in the studio, in the dungeon, like just getting stuff done.
Yeah.
But there was really a ceiling of how high you could take it. And LA, you know, everyone's here.
Yeah.
I smoke, so that helps. But like, you know, I've always just wanted to be in California for some reason. And when I moved out here, it just felt right. So like, you know, I kind of lived in like student housing with a friend for a couple months, and then lived in a house for 5 years, and I'm in a different house now, and I've just been like treating it like a home studio, having a bunch of people come in and work, and like streaming for the past 4 or 5 years, making music.
What is that like? How does that impact the music you make? Because I speak from some amount of experience of streaming and making music, and what I know from that is that two things. One, it can be a good little pressure. You got to make something because people are watching. But then there's another factor, which is what I've had to learn as a skill, I guess, and you probably have learned it faster and better than I have, is how to not let the audience watching get in your head.
Mm-hmm. It's hard. It's,
you know,
it's a whole process for sure. But like, I realized quickly that the pressure that the audience puts on you to make music helps you make your best stuff.
Okay.
Like whenever, like last night I was streaming and Anthony Fantano rated me with 900 people.
Oh, wow.
And I was just like, oh, now I gotta like make something really good. But I ended up turning the auto-tune and being like, say something in chat. I'll just say it in the freestyle auto-tune thing and just kind of like mess around. I got like a TC Helicon that like lets me do auto-tune at the same time. Sure. And like the pressure really helps, but it's a hurdle to jump over, to be like, there are people watching me.
Yeah.
I'm nervous, like, and
sometimes things have to sound bad before they can sound good.
Exactly.
And in your own world, you know that, and you have the confidence and the faith in what you're doing. But like, I've had the moment where I'm working on something. If I were alone, I know it sounds bad. I know it's going to get good, but I suddenly can't get past the fact that they don't know that. They just think I'm making the worst bass line of all time.
But
they don't realize, no, but I'm gonna render it to audio, and then I'm gonna chop it, and then I'm gonna Rex that chop, and then I'm gonna distort that, and then I'm gonna like, that's gonna become the like sample from which I whatever.
Exactly.
Like, they don't know. They just hear what's happening right now, and then that gets in my head. So that I don't know.
And I think that's part of it too, is exposing that it's a process to people. And not being like, it's just magic, I press a button and everything's good.
Right.
It's just like, you gotta see it from the beginning. And a lot of times I'll like record a vocal. Like recording vocals is the hardest part, because like a lot of people worry about being judged. Or, oh, you're not hitting that note, you're not singing that well enough, you're not hitting that flow right.
Yeah.
But like, a lot of times I'll record a vocal and I'll be like, that's gonna sound really cool when I put the chain on it. Like, But like, wait on it, just give it a second. They're like, if anybody's like talking down, I'll just be like, yo, I'm not done, I'm still working, like, give me a second. Like,
right. And I think that's the skill that you learn, is like how to keep them at bay, how to keep them out of your head, you know. I've seen Protostar is another guy I've watched on Twitch a lot with doing some Reason streams and stuff, and he's got a good sense of that too, where it's like he can just laugh off the whatever's coming in on the chat, you know. He can sort of like you wait, you know, you know, and have know what he's doing.
And it's cool to have like the you know, the built skill, because streaming also just really, like, rest in peace to Akira Toriyama, put me in the hyperbolic time chamber, like Dragon Ball Z, you know, where it's like, you're streaming, you're doing something, you're showing people how to make the music, you're making the music, you're ending up like, you're giving yourself like a period of time where it's like, I'm gonna be making music here,
right,
I'm gonna be working and just like making everything right. And I think I started doing music streaming like August 2019. So now that it's like, you know, almost 5 years, like I feel so confident in my ability that it's like if anybody has anything to say, I'm just like, hey, you just don't know about my 26 hours of music online right now. So,
yes, right.
Like that's on you. Just figure out where you are a little bit. You know what I mean?
Right. But that is, I love that. I love that the confidence that has to come from you. You have to be so sure of yourself. And it's a very, you're in a very sort of modern version of, you go back to like, I think about like bands that were like getting in a van and touring, and like the idea that you was like, we're going to go play like a, during the day it's a Chinese restaurant and we're going to go play to 3 people. But like you have that sort of confidence in like what you're doing. You're on a path and you know what you're doing. And so you've got that same sort of confidence that comes from the years of doing this that you know.
It's funny you say that because I did have a show when I was in a band where we played at a bar in Alabama and like drove 2-3 like hours away in Georgia.
Yeah.
And then went to start playing and we played like crazy technical grindcore when I was in that band. And they literally were like, hey, can you stop? Football's on. We'll still pay you. And I'm just like, damn. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. you know, like, but yeah, you just gotta eat a lot before you really get like confident in your craft. And like, if you just put hours into anything, doesn't matter what it is, put the time in. You're gonna suck at first. You're gonna be bad, and then sooner or later you won't.
Moments like that, though, it's when you tell that story, it sounds to me like that fueled you. It didn't. A
little bit, yeah.
For
sure.
I knew a band that they used to have a. This is going back into the 80s, when they were a punk band in the 80s or early 90s maybe. But they used, in their bathroom, they started putting up, they called it the wall of rejection. Every rejection letter they got from every label and every manager or whatever thing, they'd get back thing, thanks, no thanks, this sucks, whatever it was, and they just put it up there, and so when they went in to use the bathroom, they could just sit there and be like, all right, you're going to see, we're going to do this. So,
wrong,
right. Exactly. Exactly. It's like, you are all wrong, and there's no data here that is going to change my own faith in what I'm doing.
Yeah.
And when now I can't help. This is where I know that I've been live streaming now for 3 hours and 40 minutes. But the editor in me has been, every time I talk to different people, I start like stringing together the commonalities in the narrative, And one of the things that reminds, like the faith, the confidence you have in what you're doing, reminds me of this other thing that we've been talking with other people like Robert about so much of production, and particularly anything that's within, I'm going to call it pop, but we're in that sort of the commercial sphere, we're not in like the niche experimental subgenres. You have to be so ahead of the curve.
Yeah.
And to be ahead of the curve requires confidence. You can if
take a risk.
You have to take a risk because you're literally trying to put yourself ahead of what the now is. And if you play that conservative, there's no conservative move that's going to put you ahead of the curve. Any conservative move is going to, at best, put you on the bleeding edge of the here and now, which is too late. It's over.
Yeah. Indeed.
And for you, when you're doing this stuff on a stream, that's a weird sort of. You're in the hither. You're showing people the future in real time. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You're trying to get ahead of the curve, but you're doing it literally in real time on a stream.
And possibly showing some of these pop people the curve. I've had pop producers hit me up like, "Hey, love the stream," and I'm like, "Okay, invite me to the studio then."
Oh, right. Yeah, right.
Like, why are you just watching my stream and learning from me a little bit and then walking away?
I've been remiss. I've been throwing up some. I've been throwing up some comments here. You're getting a lot of love on the comments here.
Yeah, I was posting the link before.
Shout out, just Mattias Soccer says, shout out Young Skrrt, greatest of all time. There's I don't need here. Oh my God, Skrrt. A few other people here.
I'm the biggest Reason user. I'll say it. Not biggest, most popular, but
Skrrt scribers. We out here. It says Jedi B.
Exactly.
So,
I just made 3 beats with subscribers before I came here. By the way, I did it in an hour. I speed ran it. Usually it's like 3-4.
I've seen references to the speed run. That's because you just did that.
I was like, I gotta go to the Reason party. I'm gonna do this. I usually do it in like 3-4 hours, but I was just like, I don't know if you've heard of Marbles on Stream, but
no.
It's like a game where the chat can enter by typing !play, and they get a 3D marble. They go down an obstacle course, and then there's a winner.
Okay.
And I'm usually like, the winner sends me loops on my Discord, and then I'll make a beat out of it. And I do it 3 times, and if we pass a sub goal, I'll do a 4th and then a 5th, depending on if we pass the subscribers goal for the night. I do it every Saturday. This was 202, week 202.
Oh wow!
I'm coming up on 4 years of doing it. And then it's gonna land on 420. By the way, that's kind of crazy.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, today I was like, okay, we're
you
doing.
Didn't plan that?
No, it's I found it and I was like, that's incredible.
That's wild.
But today I was like, we're doing one race. The top 3 will send me loops, and then I just made each beat in like 10, 15 minutes. I was like, okay, gotta go.
Wow, wow.
Just to make sure that I get a stream in, because I stream every day at 8 p.m. Pacific now.
Just that consistency thing I've heard is like really key.
It's everything.
It's everything. Huh?
If you fall off your schedule at all, like half your viewers will show up next time. It's so tough.
That is wild. Guys, Chris is a YouTuber, content creator. You got the same thing, right? It's like getting stuff out. Yeah, I see you nodding your head in the background.
Especially with YouTube, you got to post on the days that you post, right? Yeah. It's tough.
Yeah, that's
because people will just be like, "Oh, you stopped? I'm gone."
Yeah,
and it's just like, oh man.
Yeah, that part of that, because come on, guys.
Yeah,
these guys are working hard. Don't make it that fickle. Like, give them a day off. Jesus.
No, yeah, but it's good. It keeps me working. Like last year, I think I clocked 1,030 musics, and when I say musics, most of them are beats. A lot of them are songs I do vocals on.
Okay.
A lot of them are like 32 bar melodies with like 4 or 6 Reason presets.
Right.
I usually just click rant. I let the chat pick my presets. You want to hear the craziest thing?
Bold.
So, you know how it's 1 through 13, the regular Reason sound bank folders, right?
Yeah.
Like bass, lead, all that stuff.
Right.
I say, give me a number between 2 and 13 and a letter. And then I go into the folder and I go to the letter they chose me and just drag in random stuff and just make my beats out of that some days.
I mean, why not? You know, it's like
it's the best. Reason presets are the best. I try to tell everybody. They'll be like, stop using Reason. I'll be like, no, you just don't know.
Yeah.
And then I'll use it in front of them and they'll be like, oh wow, okay.
Right.
Like
that is, you know, I will forever be fascinated by the mindset of these, you know, the doll wars or the whatever, you know, the you know, that we all have this. I think what it really says is that the tools that work for us that we love, we're evangelical about, and so that's a good thing. But it is weird that we spend all our I'm generalizing because I don't really do this, but that we're around people so often that are always trying to like turn us to walk away from what's working for us or turn us to their thing or whatever. You know, it's a weird mindset that is somewhat unique to music. I don't think. My hunch is that out on golf courses, people aren't like, you got to get rid of those shoes. Like these, my cleats are the ones.
You got the wrong 3-wood.
Yeah. It's like, I feel like maybe that's not. Maybe maybe it is. Who knows?
And I just tell people, I'm like, use the DAW that is most comfortable to you.
Right.
Whatever helps you get from your brain to the sound fastest. Now, if you want the best synths and presets and VSTs in the world, get rack extension. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I try to tell everybody, but like, you know, it's just like if Ableton works better for you, that's cool. If Fruity Loops works better, and Bang harder, whatever.
Well, and this is for me as someone who interacts with a lot of the Reason community and the music community in general. This is the thing I love about the Reason Rack plugin is that made that conversation really easy for me because in the past, you know, like.
I said extension, sorry.
The conversation is always like, you know, hey, like our features in the Reason DAW are so great, you should walk away from the DAW that you've been in for 10 years and like, you know, probably depend on your income for, you know, it's like, that's a hard conversation to have. But to be able to say like, what you're doing in FL, keep doing that. But you should
use
check
these synths.
Check these out. Yeah.
Effects,
like, see what
all that.
For
like
you, you know?
I use Neptune. Like I'm Young Skrrt is a vocal project. When I started it at the beginning of 2019, I started to do vocals.
Yeah.
That's why, you know, and like I started in Reason 5 also, and no audio support yet.
Yeah.
I was putting vocal tracks from people I was working with in Kong, 4 bars at a time. Just launch a 4-bar vocal part and chop them up and put it in Kong. But then like as soon as like Neptune popped up and like I got a crazy vocal chain that makes no sense. Like I think I showed Alex Toomey a picture of it on Twitter, and he was like, dude, you got to chill out. Like my Spectrum EQ is just like the highs as cranked up and as left as possible.
Yeah.
And like the mids cut out and like the lows drop down, the filters, and then I like crank the compressor input gain and output gain all the way up to plus 11.8 as high as it can go. But the threshold at like negative 30, like just doing freaky stuff.
Sounds good.
It worked,
Sounds good. That's like, you know, end of the day, that's really what it is.
Exactly.
Young Skrrt, I hate to be so.
No, I understand. You have so many legends in the building.
I know, and I've got 15 minutes remaining.
Okay.
And then I got a hard out.
Understood.
So I wanna get my next and final guest probably on. So I want to thank you for hanging out with us.
Of course.
I speak for all of us who are stoked, to have you. I hope people have been hanging out and talking with you and stuff. And
I got to meet some of the Reason staff and gang. So
That's
I'm
awesome.
happy to. And pull up on my Twitch, twitch.tv/YoungSkrrt at 8 p.m. Pacific every night. I'll probably play video games tomorrow, but I do music most nights and stream my music. I'm dropping a song at least every single week.
Look at that. Consistency.
Every single week.
Consistency. Showing up for the work.
Yes. Thank you so much for having me.
Oh my gosh.
It's so happy to be
here. It's been a blast. It's been awesome.
Get Reason.
I'm going to jump back here on the chat real quick, and we're going to get our last and final guest. And let me tell you something. That the last and final is in no way we're not scraping the bottom of the barrel here. We're cream of the crop at the bottom of the barrel had the cream of the crop. What mixed metaphor is that? I don't know. I've been on a stream for nearly 4 hours, guys. I'm losing my voice, but I've got a little liquid death left in me on the slowest ever drink of water I've had in my life. I've drank 20 ounces of water over the course of 4 hours, and thank God I had it. Guys, so listen, just so you know, we have really, less than 15 minutes left, and then they're just going to kick us out of the building. And so I'm going to have some goodbyes to say to you guys, but I want to talk to my guest here. I'm super excited. We talked on the phone, right? Was it? Yeah, then we were getting your son hooked up, right?
The voice with the face.
Yeah, that's right. Listen, it's an honor to have you here. We got Battlecat in the house, and guys, I mean, like, I don't even know if no, I'm gonna do it. I've done it for everyone else. I'm gonna have you drop some of your credits, but like, I just want to be like, guys, first of all, you already know. I'm sure you know. Second of all, if you don't, Google this shit because you should know. But yeah. Why don't you tell the folks a little bit, maybe the people that don't know, what is the Battlecat Discog highlights that
Oh, that's nice. Wow, that's crazy. Well, this started as a DJ, original K-Day Mixmaster from 1987. The great late Roger Clayton, who is like the cool Herc an African Bambaataa of the West Coast.
Absolutely.
And Greg Mack himself gave me the time of the day to become the legendary DJ. The next phase got me into producing. I've been a musician and drummer all my life. I had the opportunity to do a record called Banging on Wax, where we want to take a different walk of life. They come from the street life. And they consist of the Bloods and the Crips and the SAs. We put them together. We did a unique record, and we had a legend record us, and that led us into other opportunities to produce artists like Snoop Dogg and everyone else you can think of from the West.
I love how you said Snoop Dogg and everyone else you can think of.
Yeah,
hell yeah, that's
produced
right.
Just about the entire West Coast.
that actually is the perfect one. I said, can you just mention some people? Yeah, basically everyone.
And then in New York, it's been a few people. Fat Joe.
Yeah.
Heavy D, rest in peace. Busta Rhymes.
Shit, yeah.
Just to name a few. It's a whole lot more. And
What
T.I. on the South, a few artists there. David Banner. But then I'm primarily West Coast driven, and I love it all. I love all genres of music, and I just try my best to put my foot forward in being a positive influence in the new generation. And I'm still a student. I'm like a student toward the next generation coming. Like the gentleman that was just talking, I was very fucking intrigued in how he expresses himself about his gift and his abilities. He's a pusher.
Yeah,
and that's what we need. Even us legends, we get some time dormant. We be needing someone like him to be our asshole. I love it.
But I think, and this is the commonality when I talk to people that, I'm glad you're comfortable using this word because I sure am. Legends. The legend part, the thing that drives you, the thing that is the reason why you continue to do what you do at the level that you do it is that you may be comfortable with the word, but you don't rest on it.
You just can't because you got things to do. You're not finished. Like I'm 55 and still doing it. I feel like I'm 25.
Yeah.
And just now getting my feet wet. If you ask me, I got a few degrees, but I still got some things to do.
You have, I mean, talk about the era that you have come through. I mean, Reason, working in Reason stuff. We're talking about studio rack metaphor, but you're going back into the studio rack, the real studio rack, right?
I was so grateful to come across this incredible software, and I think it's my best friend. It's my side chick. My wife is actually jealous at times, so I find some time to put her in the room with me and see if we can have a threesome or something. and it's just fucking fun. She's playing piano and then learning some things. My children, thank you for setting up my two boys, Jordan and Blue. And my father as well. My father has been one of my inspirations.
Family affair.
Yeah, so DJ Pooh is the one who put me in contact and introduced me to Propeller Head.
Is that right?
Yes, the legendary DJ Pooh. If you guys don't know, look at the Friday movie. You can't miss him. You just got the hell knocked out. That's him with the UPS suit on, whatever. That is my guy. He just knew that I would appreciate it. The education, the next level of being able to hone in on something that is self-contained and I could take on the road with me, because there's another thing, we got all these hardware and our favorite gear we love. I'm an analog junkie, but being able to get on the road and take this thing with me, I can go anywhere. I never forget one time I was in a convertible Cadillac. I'm driving down Crenshaw. I got a keyboard controller, the laptop in my inbox, and I got the output plugged into the amps. And I'm in the back seat with the rag top down, and I'm going down Crenshaw slapping, making beats. And everybody just like, no.
Wow.
No, he's not doing it. I'm like, man, I need an atmosphere in motion on wheels. I need that. I don't want to be just stationary one way. So Reasons did that for me. And it was like the perfect little brother to the sounds I grew up off of. So, and then being passionate as a sound designer, I'm always loving to make my own original authentic sounds and Reasons, and the way the functionality is my best friend.
There's a story, I'm going to assume it's true, I've heard it told, that Michael Jackson, when he was obsessed with the Billie Jean, getting the beat perfect for Billie Jean, the drum, and he was working on a little hardware drum machine to get it working, and he was driving around in his car getting that beat going, and there's the story, I don't remember the details exactly, but basically he was so focused on getting the beat, the car actually caught fire while he was driving, and he didn't realize it, and people were like, like trying to flag him down and let him know, and he's just like getting the pocket, like just where he wants it.
Are you freaking kidding me?
That's a story as I've heard it, and so I love that that same thing. It's like you were probably feeding off that same drive to
not knowing the story,
but just the idea that it's like suddenly I can incorporate my environment with the music, and I can let the two feed off each other, and that is
so many people are a believer. We even talking about now that you mentioned Michael Jackson. In 2014, 13 and 14, we was given an opportunity through Dougie Fresh to do the Soul Train Awards.
Yeah.
And I actually had the legendary Greg Fillinganes himself in the room with me. So it was time for us to pull up sounds. Everybody got their favorite system, whatever they're using. And I'm making an introduction and an interesting approach to what I'm playing. And he's like, hey, what's that over there? And then he come over and I turned him on the Reasons, and same way with Teddy Riley. And they're just like, hey, wait a minute. This is not fair. I mean, because we know you come from the hardware and old school analog.
Yeah.
But that's what we're talking about. We're talking about something that is transparent and easy to process, and you can make it yours. I'm just so grateful that you guys decided to put this together, and I've just been like finding the perfect way to meet the family and finally say, hey, thank you. I mean, come on, man. This is we can teach a 5-year-old. You guys have grown, and since 3, and I've been on every version, and I hated when it got to 7. I think that was with the key.
Oh yeah, the key.
Oh my goodness. Oh man, y'all had me by the balls to mercy. I'm talking about I got fucking electrical tape over it. I'm at the Source Awards making sure it don't fall apart.
That's right. Oh my God.
But I made it go though.
You got it. Yeah. Well, the key is dead,
Yes. So when you guys changed it and it was the numbers from the CD, Oh man,
Yeah.
it's like I just appreciate the evolution of it, man.
Yeah.
I follow you too, man. You're a bad man. I love your get down. I got my sons, my homies, everyone, tapping in with you.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Your
You
vessel.
know, I love, what I love about this is it's a purely selfish thing, but getting to, meet you guys in person and stuff, when I put out content, I just send it out into the world, and it's like, okay, it's like throwing a message in a bottle into the ocean.
Yes,
it's like, I hope it reaches the shore to someone, and anytime I have moments, there's another producer, I'll name drop him. There's another producer, Ian Kirkpatrick, who's like, he just has 3 cuts on Lizzo's latest record. He Dua Lipa, huge cuts. And I was over at his place and filming something with it, and I leaned over his shoulder to show him something, and he goes, "I can't believe I've got Ryan Harlan showing me like this thing." And I was like, "You got this backwards, man." I'm the one that's fanboying here.
Yes.
But it is nice. Those moments are nice to to actually realize that the bottle reached the shore and someone did actually see the stuff and stuff. So listen, I would be remiss if I didn't ask for some Snoop story of some kind, but I don't have it. I don't have any other than I would just love to hear what it's like working with Snoop. For you, when you got involved with him, well, I guess at what point did you get involved with Snoop? And was he? He was already, legend by that point, right? I mean, it was 2 legends coming together. Or?
I met him in the first stages after doing Deep Cover. They was working on the Chronic at the same time.
Oh, you did? Okay, so you do go back to that.
Yes,
okay.
I met him then, and but to skip and go forward so you can get straight to how it is working with him is incredible. So I never forget the time I'm in the room with him and he can actually see me create. See, the whole time I was bringing the music just dumb.
Here's a 2-track. Yeah.
Let's go. Like the first album, which was the Eastsiders. Snoop Dogg presents the Eastsider. I wasn't on Reasons then.
Yeah.
But I had Reasons then, but I was using hardware.
Right.
On the second album, I started using the hardware and Reasons together.
Yeah.
And so, next thing I know, he's beside me, pinning down all the names of what I'm using. And a week later, Snoop Dogg has a hardware and Reasons setup.
Wow.
He's serious about it. He wanted to tap in.
I can't tell you how excited I am to hear you say this, because for 10 years, I've been hearing the murmurings of Snoop, he's hands-on with Reason.
Yeah. His producer name was Nigarachi. And he's serious about it too, and I love it. So
we would hear this stuff, and then we would it's just like, okay, how do we confirm that, and what do we do with that? And so to hear you not only to hear it confirmed, but to hear that you're patient zero, you're the touch point that got him in there.
And it's another gentleman too, Superfly, which is one of his childhood friends through music, and his MD. I got to give a shout out to Superfly. Superfly was another one that inspired him to pick up the craft and learn what we do. And he started walking around like, you motherfuckers shouldn't have showed me how to work this. I'm gone now. Yeah, y'all don't want to come do with the beats y'all playing. Y'all holding back.
But I would imagine too that it probably brings you closer together in your collaboration, because he understands your process.
He can appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yes, and sometimes he'll walk in and out. He'll come in and join some of the process, but he's a man of many things, so I get it now.
Yes,
and he trusts us too. So another thing, when he's seen us bring the best out of each other with technology, he can appreciate that. He loved the fact that we can compare the first generation, second generation of music theory, instrumentation, and the technology. He loved it that we incorporated all, because he was there to witness what we was using. So sometimes he'll be like, "Hey man, give that a break, or can you use that along with what I was privy to see in the earlier years of working with you, because it's a significant sound."
Yeah.
But when I learned how Propeller was able to be a third party with plugins, and how transparent the sound was from my 3,000 sounds being converted into the files in the DAW system. It was just amazing. I was able to do the comparison. I didn't have to do too much to make up.
Okay.
To make it go, like putting plugins and stuff like that on it.
Right.
But when I did decide to use the plugins, I was impressed with the tone and the language of it. So we would just go. I would tell people all the time, like, if you're using these softwares, at least be in the room with analog and original equipment so you can really see the integrity and the passion of how much they care about what's being put in the software. If you got to do a lot of makeup, I can't get into that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But you got to make shit go. That's just like with a Model D Mini Moog.
Yep.
It's no presets. You got to
right,
turn the shits and make it go.
That's right. I remember my first time fucking around with a Korg MS-20, and like my friend had one, and I was like, cool, and I was like, what do I do? And they just handed me some patch cables, and I was like, you know, the first sounds I made were just totally whack, but like, yeah, it's quite a leap to get into that stuff.
Yes.
What I'm realizing while you're talking about this, though, is like for you, the big leap there, when you moved into tools like Reason, you had a sound, you had a process, you had a workflow, you had a reputation, you had, and to move into a new set of tools and to preserve what is the core of your sound, and to not jeopardize your reputation. You know, like there are, I won't name names, there's someone in my mind I can think of, but there are people who, when they moved into digital production coming from hardware, they kind of lost it. Like, and you didn't. And I'm curious how if that was something that was there a little transitional moment? Was there a learning curve, or did it feel natural where that artistry and that core of who you are carried over just fine?
I love the people who I was dealing with that introduced me to it. They just showed me a few things.
Okay.
And I ran with it. I maybe called them maybe 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
But my passion, it was so intensified that I needed them very little.
Yeah.
And then I was off and running because I love trial and error.
Okay.
Imperfection is perfection for me.
That's right.
And so that's how I become my own troubleshooter. Versus looking in the book. Even though I love to read.
Sure.
But it's another way to get around to this thing. And the fact that we got undo. Once I learned that and I seen the little dot to the left, I'm like, oh, Apple S. I'm just Apple S. Even when I ain't doing the beat, I just be talking to Cat, what's wrong with your finger? Apple S. You see that dot over there? It's not there, huh? Ain't shit going on.
That's right.
You make a move, you better go Apple S. So I'm on tour talking that.
Yeah.
Apple S, Snoop. Yep. So
you know, it's funny you said that. There's times where I'm working on something for a video, and I'll be 3 days into an edit, you know, and I'll look up and it'll say Untitled 2, and I'll be like, Jesus, like at any moment I could.
Man, I had my heart break many a times not going Apple S in there, thinking I got it, thinking the electricity ain't gonna go out, and ain't no auto save like Pro Tools off. Oh my. The swag gone.
Yeah.
So the thing is, what I learned from Raphael Sadiq is having a ADAT or another Pro Tools rig running the whole time.
Just like a printing whatever's happening. Is that right?
Regardless. He taught me that the Ray album. And one time he was like, "Cat, be quiet." Shh. Came back, pushed play. It was some magic.
Wow.
Just people coming in there randomly from a break, from eating, smoking, taking the piss or whatever, and come back in. It's all kind of things going on. I said, why you do that? He said, Cat, it'd be moments where my heart be broken because the power, you know, it'd be moments in between. You never know what it's going to do in the universe. So I need something to get something that ain't when it ain't running.
And that, you know, the Murphy's Law of the universe is usually some of the greatest moments when it's like, right. Or maybe it wasn't the greatest, but your memory of it now is going to build it up as like, oh, that was the riff, that was the hook, that was whatever. Yes. That's so you still do that? You still kind of keep a little backup kind of?
No, I'm on it, and I'm on my Apple.
That's your Apple.
My
Apple.
hand is broke.
That's the new
ADAT.
ADAT.
Fingers, Apple S.
Yeah.
You know, these are my tweezers. But I love the fact that now I don't know what that is. It reminds me of another program called Logic or Pro Tools. Sure. They got now a type of thing where it's saved, or if it unexpectedly quit, it'll go from the last thing that you did. Yeah. And I was like, phew. But
you know, it's funny you say that. I guess I respect, though. I do. I wonder about this. There's a philosophy at Reason Studios, the propeller head. It's the same, the old propeller head sort of mindset that they used to believe that when I first started working with them, they said people used to request autosave. You got to put autosave in Reason, right? And their philosophy was, the minute you put autosave into your program, you are admitting defeat that you didn't build a stable program, because you're admitting that your program is good. Now, I respect the bravado. I'm also like, but maybe put an autosave, because Reason doesn't crash on me, but like maybe once a year. But maybe once a year, like, I don't know.
Man, that's some coach shit. I ain't fucking with that. We need that. We will respect you. We will.
That's right.
We will champion your ass.
That's right.
For taking our advice and how we feel. That's what's going to make the product. It's a family.
Yeah.
So when you keep getting these unique ideas and that make sense.
Right.
It's like, don't throw them out because you're not getting enough ratings on people chiming in to say it. Don't mean we don't like that feature. Don't do us like that.
That's
Let
right,
it be
that's
to
right.
their damn
That's
discretion that they ain't with this intricate part that's special to us.
Yeah, right.
I hate that. And it's like, that's why I couldn't.
You know what I love just now
wait.
that I'm gonna, for the people watching, there's something they won't realize. When you said we're a family, you turned, we have a room here of, what,
Yes, I
10
had to
people in
do
the
it. They're really here. I'm
Yeah.
really enjoying everyone here in the room. Their vibrations,
Yeah.
the energy. We've been learning of everyone that's coming through here. I've only been here a short time. I've been 45 minutes.
Yeah.
So I'm picking up energy and education as I go. I love it.
It really is the thing. I mean, I'm now 4 hours and 7 minutes into this live stream,
Yes.
and every single person who sat in this chair has been. There is a real sort of family feel to it with you
Yes.
guys, and and that is the thing. Like there's this hashtag out there in the social world, hashtag Reason Gang, and stuff, and like
Yes.
it's real. It's
I feel like I started that shit. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But I didn't. Maybe for my caliber and tier, I started that shit. I was
That's right.
always Reasons gang,
Yeah.
But it's a beautiful family that's using it and for their discretion. I'm talking about for commercials. I'm talking about the playing the band. It's just so many levels. I haven't seen Reasons just touch the world. It's a beautiful, beautiful family. I'm very grateful that they have shown us that they care. I've seen it in each level of them making another edition. Now I'm glad they stopped, and then we ain't at Reasons 15 to 19. We don't need that. Let us stay right here. Let it do what it do. Let some other shit coexist with it. Don't get okay, we gonna put that in there, and then we ain't got an OS system to match it. I'll be like, oh, come
All right,
on.
listen, you guys heard it here. Battlecat says stop at Reason 12. We're done. I guess you came looking for Reason 13's announcement, and instead we're just gonna. No, this is not true. That's not what's happening. Don't quote me on that. Don't go to the forums and go like Brian said.
And it should be something special if it is going to have these other additional features, but it should make sense in what's going on in today's sound design.
Yeah.
Anything you can interact with it, third party plugins, something special.
What I have loved about, I have this interesting vantage point on the inside where I'm a Reason user like you are, have been forever, like you.
I asked about that when I was sitting there. I said, "Do we fucking use Reason?" Oh, he's just talking. No, Cat, he's a badass, and he used Reasons. I was like, yes.
Yeah. So I'm just, I'm one of you guys, but I have this interesting vantage point where I get to see how the sausage is made. I get to see these guys over in Stockholm and the way that and what I have been really genuinely impressed with them. I'm sorry, I'm going to get sappy again here on the stream, and sorry, but it's truth, which is that what you're talking about when they look at features,
yes,
and how they're going to implement it, there is a real care into preserving what is Reason, the essence of the experience of Reason, the way that you make music in Reason. And there are features that come in as requests that don't get into the program or don't get in the way that people might be asking for them, because they know that if they implemented them the way they're being requested, Reason would cease to be Reason in the way that we know it. It would actually break what is so pure and great about the what we love about Reason.
See, I'm glad you said that, because it goes back to the experience I had with Bobby Caldwell, rest in peace, before he left, working with Greg Filling Gaines, and we're playing his record. When someone asks for something, and I'm watching the rest of my little young homies or some peers, and they struggling,
yeah,
I'm like, bro, I'm passionate about sound. I know what wave, what to go get, to make it happen. Sound wave, all that. Combined it, make it go, poly, whatever. After touch, let's go. MIDI, what we doing? I love it. And so when people be having a hard problem, they can place it. I go straight up the Reason and pull it up. This is what you was looking for?
Yeah.
And they be like, man, reasons. This is the reason.
That is the that is the 10,000 hour rule right there. That is you putting in that time to be able to do that. You know, that comes from a lot of trial and error and a lot of like, you know, kind of finding that, like, you know, finding the right thing that's going to do that you can pull up in the moment when you need it. That's sweat equity, I think, you know, is what they call that.
Yes. I'm very, very happy you guys are having this moment to share with the world all the different walks of life from all over the world who can appreciate education, information, motivation, imperfection, which is perfection.
I love that. I hope if everyone's watching, it's the second time Battlecat's shared that, and that might be the motto of the night. Imperfection is perfection.
You hear me?
Hell
Which
yeah.
is the reason.
Well, listen, Battlecat, I would love nothing more than to and listen. We're going to talk off when this is done. We're going to talk some more. There's more talking to do, but we're 15 minutes over the curfew here. I can hear that the party's. I mean, in fact,
it's gone.
It's gone. Like we've outlasted the party. But I'm going to need to start packing some stuff up and letting the folks at this fine studio get home for the night. So,
man, well, thank you for having me and bringing me in. I couldn't miss it for nothing. As soon as I finished my other session, I called Phonix. Thank you, man. He got me. He was like, "No, it's still going. We need to get you in here."
Oh, yeah.
He two-stepped me and ushered me in here. Chat.
Yeah.
We in here.
That is awesome. Yeah, shout out Phonix Beats for hooking that
Mike
up,
and
making that
Keys,
happen.
anyone else, Khalil, all my Reason gang.
Yeah.
Come on, Teddy Riley. I heard Teddy Riley on that thing. You hear me? That blew my mind. Thank you, man, for having me. Beautiful, beautiful interview. I can't wait to talk again with you and share
Absolutely.
with you some new things.
Yeah. We're not done. That's for sure.
Thank you.
It's an honor meeting you, sir.
Salute.
Awesome. Guys, okay, listen, I'm going to be now finishing up the stream here just on my own. This is how we started the stream. This is how we're going to end the stream. I'm going to kick off a little music here as I say goodbye to everybody. But I can't thank you all enough for hanging. Let me tell you something. When they asked me, they said, "How long do you think you're going to stream? Like an hour?" And I went, "It'll be more than an hour." And I didn't want to tell them the truth, which was I'm going to be there the whole goddamn party because I know that's what you guys want. And I saw a comment in here. Someone else said, I can find if I scroll up. They said, "Oh my God, I've been watching 4 hours. Jesus, time flies." Yeah, that is how it goes. I'm glad that you guys have been hanging out with us the whole time. If this party could go another 4 hours, I'd hang out here another 4 hours. I would have stopped at a clinic on the way and gotten catheterized, so I wouldn't even need to take a bathroom break. We would too much, too far. I went too far. I'm sorry. I take it back. I wouldn't have done that. Okay, no. Okay, the room is not into that one. Okay. Let me tell you something, guys. We have had a blast with you. The party in there was a blast. I could hear it. You guys could hear a little bit. And I hope everybody who was here got to, make some connections. There's some people in the room right now that I want to make some connections. So, I hope that's all continuing because the Reason gang, the Reason family, we're just going to keep collaborating, keep getting inspired from each other, keep making music together for each other. And, yeah, I don't know. I'm waffling. It's been 4 hours, 4.5 hours almost. So I'm going to get off here. I'm going to go pack up my stuff. We're going to go to bed for the night. If you stuck around with us and it's late wherever you are, thanks for staying up late. If you got up early to join us, thanks for getting up early. Thanks for hanging with us. Thanks for everything, guys. That's it. All right. Oh, wait. Yeah. Oh, wait. We got Phonix in here. Hang on a second. Phonix, jumping in.
One last message. I just want to put this out there.
You got that. What do you
They
got?
can hear me?
Yep. Yeah, hear you.
Okay, cool, man. To Reason, a.k.a. Reason Propellerhead, a.k.a. Reason Studios, happy birthday. Happy 30th anniversary. Happy birthday. You guys gave me the platform, and not just me, but you gave everybody a platform to change our lives and paint a musical canvas, and we all thank you for that. And I'm sure all the viewers and watchers are thankful as well. So thank you guys for making something so great, and, that's it.
Phonix, you hit me in the feels. I appreciate you, man. I love it. All right, guys, that is it. I'm signing off. We did it. We did another one. Everybody's shaking hands. There's hugs going on. Can I spin this around? No, I can't. I can't move the cameras. I'm just gonna wave goodbye. I've had a blast with you guys, and that's it. End of party.